Painkiller already with our guest BlameTruth 534. Taylor?
This episode of PKA is brought to you by Postmates and Smart Mouth, two sponsors who have been around for quite a while. We'll talk more about them later. BlameTruth, how are you? You're wearing the hat of my favorite horror movie of all time. Top 5 favorite movie of all time, I'd say. Oh, if you can count all the Lord of the Rings as one.
Yeah. Well, I do. Yeah, I do.
Yeah, you too. Yeah. What's new with you? I was popping around today after Chiz says we were going to be talking to you, and you're still riding YouTube. I figured you'd be doing Twitch again, but just still going so great, ripping on COD.
They banned my favorite words on Twitch, and they keep doing weird shit.
Do your favorite words rhyme with hag and bigger and...
No.
Those have been banned for a very long time.
What?
No, not those.
Simp and... I don't know.
Cuck.
And cuck. Oh, okay.
What's
cuck is gone? I heard about simp, but not cuck.
I could be wrong. I'm not sure.
It still says cuck.
Incel and virgin. Those are all
virgin
gone.
Is outrageous to ban.
And retards on the...
Oh, Taylor, this is going to have a major impact on your channel.
Well, this is outrageous. Now,
it's on the chopping block.
Now they're coming for me.
When they banned simp, you said nothing. When they banned virgin, you said nothing. And then they came for retard. and there were no simps and virgins to defend you.
There were no more virgins left to help.
You have to stand somewhere, you know. When Uncle Ben and Aunt Jemima are long gone, and Dr. Seuss is evil, like at some point you gotta be like, you gotta know they're coming for Harry Potter any second now. They're coming for my beloved things, and it won't be long before Lord of the Rings isn't PC. You know, there'll be something about that.
Yeah,
there's magic. That's sort of sacrilege, maybe.
No, they'll never go like that direction. That's the rights. That's the thing the right would do. They'd ban, and they did back in the day.
Yeah.
Harry Potter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it would have to be the left. This is the left.
More the right. That was like Marilyn Manson. That's what I think of.
Maybe the left would.
He's going to cause people to cast curses and be devil people.
Ooh, I'm making a prediction. It won't come true for 15 years, but they are going to take issue with the dwarf throwing in Lord of the Rings. The dwarf tossing in Lord of the Rings is not PC. That is going to age poorly.
You know, that's not fair, because as soon as it wasn't mocking Gimli, as soon as Gimli is tossed, he starts wrecking shit. Yeah. You know, it's like all he needs to do is span the gap, and then he can stand against those Uruk-hai by himself for a while. You know, Aragorn can grab a cup of tea and a scone on the way over there, and Gimli's going to be fine. So I'm sticking
with my prediction. They're the fuck out of a dwarf.
You think Aragorn could?
No,
I bet you could.
Yeah, Taylor, you were put on this Middle Earth to toss dwarves.
I would be honored to throw Jonathan Rhys-Davies across.
You, my friend, cannot toss Jonathan Rhys-Davies.
I would be honored to throw a dwarf who looks like Jonathan Rhys-Davies from the back.
you would be farmers carrying Jonathan Rhys-Davies or whatever.
I don't know. I don't think you could squat Jonathan Rhys-Davies.
He's a big.
What's he weigh?
He's a big man.
He's like 6'4", very heavy.
6'4"?
He's a big. He's the entire cast. Like, they'll get photos together, and you're like, "Who the hell is Jesus?"
Can you say his name slower?
John Rhys-Davies.
I think
John
the middle
Davies
part
will get it. Yeah, Davies.
Because to get someone who looks like a dwarf proportionally, you need a guy who's tall and broad and huge, so that when you shorten him, it's like, good God, like Aragorn's a big guy, and look at Gimli's shoulders next to Aragorn. Like,
yeah,
I didn't realize how old he was. He's 76 now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's been around for a long time. He was on one of my favorite like Fox TV shows. Like when I was growing up, Fox had a bunch of sci-fi shows like Dark Angel and a few others. And one of them I really liked was Sliders, where they were going like they had that they basically had a portal gun, but they didn't know the coordinates to where they came from, so they had to jump from Earth to Earth. It was kind of like Rick and Morty in that way with the portal gun, at least. But they were always ending up in these alternate timelines of Earth. But luckily for them, they never ended up in the timeline that didn't have fucking oxygen.
By the way,
or where the rotation of the Earth had moved a little, so they're just in space, not on the planet.
John Rhys-Davies is 6'1", and my money is that Taylor can farmers carry that guy for 100 yards.
Dude, that is 300 pounds if he's a fucking ounce.
He's 300 pounds if he's an ounce.
How much do you have in each hand, Taylor, when you do farmers carry? It's your heaviest. Like, what's your max?
I've never maxed it. The most recent, before I got my basement all fucked up and I took the plates off it. I think I had 130 per hand on it.
That's 260. Yeah. He's doing 260 for reps, Kyle. He can one rep max Reese Davies.
What was that?
Do you think it's more beneficial to like, obviously you're going to failure regardless. Do you think it's more beneficial to like do the 130 per hand for like, I don't know how long you do it, 45 seconds or a minute at a time, or to do like 75s for like 2 minutes at a time? What do you think?
I have no idea. I really don't know, but like usually like you can't do 5 of those until failure, or the like last 2 you're going to be picking it up and just not doing much. So it's like the first 3 I just like do my 1, 2, 3, 4 walk back, and then the last 2 I'll be like, all right, go as far as you can.
I listen to these science-based YouTubers who tackle that question a lot, and the answer I see often is they're both equally good, but people have a harder time reaching true failure with more reps, or in this case, time. That it's a little easier to give up. It's like they actually have a few in the tank. Whereas if it's heavy, they can literally go till failure.
Are you still lifting really regularly, BlameTruth? I know that's been a huge hobby of yours the past couple of years.
Yeah, I have, or I am, but I've switched most of my, I guess, like cardio and just exercise routine to boxing. I got a fucking heavy bag in the.
You're gonna say fucking, and I was gonna be like, yes.
My favorite cardio.
I practice safe,
safe cardio.
I'm more of a sprinter. 90 seconds, minute 20.
So you've been killing it on cardio recently?
Hit cardio.
Yeah.
She hates it.
It's not about you. Why is everything about you? Look, I can come in a minute and a half. If you can't, then you're just not as good.
Oh, that reminds me. The couches, the fuck couch is gone. It's it's been destroyed. Yeah, it's in a dump somewhere, covered in fluid. So,
so you've been doing boxing, BlameTruth? I'm curious about that. Do you have sparring partners, or are you doing like this heavy bag and speed bag? And
I do the there's a free Boss Rutan workout, like boxing workout thing that I do quite a bit. He just calls out combinations. You do them. It's like 10 2-minute rounds, 1 minute rest. So it's a good workout. Yeah, it's good for like actual, what's it called, twitch muscle fibers, which even though I'm smaller, I'm not that fast. So I figured, you know what, this will help with like, hand speed, just leg speed, all kinds of shit like that. So yeah,
I'm super slow. I don't know if there's any hope I could ever like get fast at knocking on 50. Like now's the, you know what, boys, we're about to get fast.
Woody, you are so far from the shore.
And like I always hear people say the best cardio is the cardio you fucking do, because like everyone's like, oh no, hit cardio, oh no, steady state, and it's like, yeah, the one you're gonna do. So like if like hitting a heavy bag, like 2 minutes on, 1 minute off, for like a total of 30 or 45 minutes is something you'll actually do. That seems like the way to fucking go,
dude. If we're talking about walking 45 minutes versus thinking about an airdyne, I'll take the walking. Like at least you actually fucking got out there and moved.
Yeah. And sometimes when you build like big workout plans for yourself, you get so high on your own farts of planning that you're like, you already got like some satisfaction out of it. You're like, oh, I'm going to go so hard in the gym tomorrow. I'm going to do an extra workout of this and that. And then it's like, nah, I'm not going to do that. Like, instead of saying I'm going to do 5% more, it's like next week, I'm going to do 50% more. And it's going to be a crazy week. And we're a paradigm shift of working. And it's like, of course not like that. Set your sights lower.
I haven't missed a workout. I haven't missed a set since like December of last year. And now I'm like planning on missing it. I'm like, you know what? End of this month, we're going to Florida. We're going to miss 3 days. That bicep's going to heal. That knee is going to stop hurting. Like we're going to get back on to 100%, I hope.
They say that if you take about a week or two off every 3 months or so with working out, it actually helps in the long run, or something to that effect. Not paraphrasing, but yeah, like a deload week or whatever, where you just don't really do anything. Like if you do something, it's super light, just to heal, recuperate, like your your joints and whatnot, you know. But I don't know.
I've been deloading for 3-5 years now.
I send
pick it back up. It's just so supercharged.
I got into this habit of sending shirtless pictures to Kyle and Taylor, and as soon as they told me their phones are filled with like naked old men, I'm like, that just encouraged me to send more and more.
I'm like in the kitchen and I'm like trying to pull up like a recipe that I screenshotted, and there's Woody fucking shirtless, and he's doing this thing where he's got like one thumb in his waistband and like his 4 fingers are clearly on his cock. And I'm just like, damn it, I'm looking for my muffin recipe. I gotta delete. I'm like, delete.
Oh, I'll send that one again.
I pull it out of the bank so I can like scan it to like make a deposit or something. I'm like, and there's Woody, fucking sweaty and shirtless. Like, he's making his mean face because he's flexing, so he's just like,
I'm horrible at posing. So
and he'll be like, hey, here's a photo of my hamstring and like rear leg while I'm in a towel. It's like, you are borderline naked. It's just a photo, and it's like, I mean, you're
it abuses me a lot that I'm in because whenever you send it via WhatsApp, it goes into their photo library. And once I figured that out, I got super encouraged to send them pictures of me without clothes. And but then I got a bug bite by my belly button, and I had to take a week off. But it's gone now, you guys.
Oh, thank God! I thought you just decided to stop. I look forward to the next, and it was more startling where it's like you get more and more emboldened on the amount of clothes you feel you need to wear. Like initially you're like, I don't feel like I'm in no shirt mode, and then like a week later, no shirt mode but jeans. Then we go to shorts. Now we're on a towel, and now the towel is ascending. So we need to be wearing.
I really do a towel shot. I think you might be off on that.
Kyle, he sent a towel shot, didn't he?
I was okay with a towel shot. It was that thong. It was the thong. I don't even think it was his thong. It wasn't a man's thong. If we're being real here, and it did not have enough coverage. It was that.
It was definitely a man's thong. A woman wouldn't have anything to fill the elephant trunk with.
Jesus Christ!
I just hated the commentary of it, where it's like, "This is my first time. Don't be mean, tee hee." Like I hated that.
We ventured into a third where 10% of this isn't true.
10%. You know what? I'll take that.
Accurate. That's the part. Only 10% of this is hyperbole.
Getting half naked, like if you're working out and you're in shape, getting half naked and taking pictures, even if you don't fucking share them, it's like half the fun, you know? Like, I don't know, just walking around naked. Like one day I just wore an apron, you know, and I was like, man, you know what? I'm naked under this apron. I'm gonna take some pictures. I look good, so I did it.
Did you send it to any ladies?
No, I just put it on, I think Instagram, you know.
Send it to Kyle and Taylor. It's fun.
Okay. Yeah, we'll put you on our WhatsApp.
I'll follow you on Instagram. That way I don't have to. They don't auto-save to my library.
That's the funnest part. Most fun.
Yeah. Woody, you should open an Instagram. And it's all it's like Jocko Willink stuff, except it's like 11:57 a.m. and it's like, let's get to work. Like,
I'm like, of course I've been asleep for 3 hours, and I was like, the fuck? I gotta mute this at night. Oh, God damn it.
Drinking your green juice.
Yeah, when I go into the library on my phone, it's like fucking it's poker information, and then there's Woody's half naked, poker information, Woody half naked, and I'm just like, I gotta go through here because
there's too much poker shit in here.
There's way too much poker shit. Woody needs his own category.
There's a thing. My paramotor friends, one of them is like a bit of a gym hound or whatever, and I don't know. Somehow they started asking for dick root. And I don't know if they got that because we mentioned it on the show. Do they watch PKA?
It's a common thing.
Is this a joke? But like, what brought it in? Like, it's a I don't know. The fact that they were asking for dick root pictures made me think that perhaps they saw us talking about dick root pictures recently, or not. I don't know. But that is why I had my thumb pulling down my shorts to, you know.
Well, I didn't request dick root.
You got the bonus plan. You're just lucky.
And they come at great times. I'll be like, hey, Kyle, who are you running for infantry in the Skaven builds? And Woody's like, check out my dick root. No, it's motivating. Your abs are coming in very quickly.
Oh,
very, very quickly.
What's your weight? Body fat percentage? Do you know?
No, I don't know it. What do you guys? 16?
Mine's high. Yours is low.
He's about 15.
Okay.
Maybe like heading. At the most, it's like it's the high 15s, and at best, it's mid 14s. It's really good.
Something like that.
It's good.
That's tremendous.
That's solid.
What is like the desirable one? Like, what's the peak health range?
12, I think, is like.
I was gonna say 12 too. I mean, peak sexy's a little lower, but peak health is what he asked.
Yeah, I think peak sexy might be 10, but at 10, your body's literally like eating itself.
Oh god,
continuously. Your body doesn't like that.
Did you guys ever see Baywatch with The Rock, Zac Efron? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Zac Efron said his diet was essentially just like what was it, like fucking blended chicken. Like he would just blend fucking cooked chicken and drink it because it was easier than eating that much chicken. And like, I think he was like 5-6% body fat in that movie. He was really unhealthy. Yeah. And,
I know the pictures of him from that. He's shredded. Like, that is disgusting that he blended chicken. There's no way that's preferable.
I don't think he was 5, but he was definitely right around like 8, 9, 10. He was super low, like crazy vascular, like.
5's more bodybuilder. Yeah, this was. I mean, it was still.
5 is scary. 5.
How low can you get before you die?
He looked really good.
When you're getting below 5, you're causing all sorts of liver and kidney stressors. Like you can't maintain that year round. That's a peak for this show kind of thing. And then next week we got to refeed and like get our blood work back in like working order. But a lot of people like just stay at 10. Like Greg Doucette stays at fucking 10% body.
I think Greg claims lower than that. I think he claims 8.
I mean, I wouldn't discount anything Greg says. I don't think he'd lie about himself.
He doesn't tend to lie.
No. He's doing those. What is it? Swick? It's not Swick.
Swift. No, Zwift. It's like Swift with a Z.
Oh, the bike thing.
He does those crazy like. You know, he's off TRT, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really interesting. So
is he losing mass? Like
he's lost a little bit, but not to the eye. So he's to heal up his tricep. He's got this calcium buildup on his tricep tendon, and the doctor said going off cold turkey off TRT would allow his body to reabsorb that calcium because like even surgery isn't the answer.
How does that happen? Like what
overuse? I think it's the product of performance enhancing like abuse and like extremely heavy workouts for his entire life.
Do you remember what he has, Kyle? It sounds similar to tendinitis, like tendinosis. Or...
It's a mouthful. Essentially, it's the tendons that connect his tricep to his elbow are not this nice uniform. Like if you were to cut a cable in half, you know how all the threads inside the cable are in just perfectly segmented together symmetrically. His are like a jumble. It's more like they're all tangled up and weird, and there's calcium buildup, and it was causing him a lot of pain. So he's just like completely dropped the TRT. He's went from his 140 milligram a week dose, which is super light. It's like, but he's abused steroids in the past. You know, like
it might be tendinopathy. Does that sound familiar?
That sounds familiar. But yeah, he said he feels like absolute shit because right now his levels just drop.
You know what's interesting? I feel like his brain's firing on 7 cylinders instead of 8 sometimes, and he struggles to do the commentary, and they show it in the outtakes, and he's like, I just can't get it. And I'm like, and I think he attributes that to the T levels crashing and
cloudiness. Yeah. Did you guys hear about Driftor and his T levels?
Yes. Yeah, he was on the show and we talked about it, and I was like I watch enough like Derek for More Plates, More Dates and like stuff like that to know that like Clomid for TRT is like not a common thing and doesn't make any sense. And then
there's some danger to it also.
Kyle, are you up to date on the very recent update?
I saw the thumbnail that said that like Driftor almost dies after stopping Clomid for
a lot of health problems. Yeah.
Driftor's very COVID sensitive, right? He's worried about it, and this doctor is like, why don't you come into the office? He's like, dude, this is a bunch of boomers with no masks. I don't want to do that. And he's like, well, okay, over the phone, I just recommend you cut the Clomid cold turkey. You know, no post-psychotherapy, nothing. Just cut it and see how that works for you. And it went bad for him in a half dozen different ways. You know, his mood was terrible. I'm trying to remember some of the, he was nauseous. He had blood sugar regulation issues, if I recall correctly, and he had to eat, but eating made him nauseous. So it was this battle to eat even though he didn't want to. And it was just terrible, terrible. And he got back on the Clomid and he feels better now. But
I don't know why he's doing the Clomid. Why
does he just
hypothermia?
Yeah, hypothermia.
Rapidly weakening joints, fractured.
Instead of using fucking something that's.
What is Clomid for again? Clomid for again?
It's used for post-psychotherapy for one thing to like kickstart the body's natural T. But I think originally I may have read it had something to do with breast cancer or something like that. I think
its primary purpose is for helping women get pregnant. And yeah, but it can also be an indirect way for a guy to kickstart his testosterone production.
After he's tamped it down by using exogenous hormones. You know, if you're injecting testosterone, your body says, "Oh, well, you don't need the balls to make it anymore. You seem to be getting it from somewhere else." And then when you cut the T, then all of a sudden you're like, your body doesn't go, "Oh shit, no T. Let's get the balls in order." The body's like, "What happened? I don't feel so good."
So Kyle's right, but in the case of Driftor, he just kick-starting it because his body wasn't working. He never abused steroids to get in that position. He just got unlucky.
Well, is he gonna switch up his this seems like a pretty getting what do you say, a severe hypoglycemia, shattering or fractured joints, he's going back on the same drug. He's not going to try something new.
So the problem was stopping the drug. And at the end of the video, he got back on the Clomid, and now he feels much better.
But he knows how bad it is to get off now. How scary that would be to.
All right. I got my degree by watching ER in Chicago Hope. But if I was his doctor, I would put him on TRT and say, bro, much like a diabetic or someone who's had a lung transfer, you are on a lifetime of medicine now. You're going to take TRT, and your T levels will just be where they're supposed to be until the day you die. This is your new life. And that's where I would put him.
Yeah, I feel like he should be talking to that doctor hey, this sort of withdrawal or whatever this was, we're not doing this again. That's not okay. But find me something better.
He said he felt like he was held hostage because he has to. He's pretty much. I think he said he has to take this for the rest of his life to get regulated.
By that, I take an antacid every day. I don't feel held hostage by private sex.
Captain has you by the short hairs, you bitch.
I don't feel. I'm no heartburn for me. I can eat. I can put Tabasco on my food if I want. I don't get it. If your body's not making testosterone, then why go in this roundabout way with Clomid? Why not just use a bioidentical hormone and give your body exactly what it wants, which is testosterone?
I don't know enough about any of this to say, but that does sound simpler. It sounds simpler, especially with these are some really serious side effects.
Yeah,
I don't know. It's his body. He can do whatever he wants to it.
Yeah. I think he just likes the idea that his T comes from his balls, even if they need to get kickstarted. He likes that's the process from which it derives.
Wings was on. Is he on TRT?
I heard he was.
Yeah, he's on this terrible regimen where he's injecting 200 milligrams every 10 or 14 days or something crazy like that. So
what's wrong with that?
Well, testosterone has a half-life, right? So it's I mean, this isn't a great comparison, but let's say that you compare it to testosterone to calories that you need to survive. And you're oh yeah, I'll just eat a turkey on Monday and then I'll wait a week and eat another turkey the following Monday. Well, by the weekend after you ate that turkey on Monday, you're literally starving and your body's falling apart. And you're way below, you don't have any calories in your body. You're running on fumes. You're eating your body alive. Whereas if you ate a turkey leg every day, maybe that makes a little more sense. Testosterone's the same fucking thing. It's got a half-life of 8 days or something like that. And if he's doing it every 14 days, then 200 milligrams today is going to skyrocket his levels to this absurdly high level, probably 1,500 total serum. And then by the end, by 8 days later, it's half that. which is fine. You know, okay, now you're high normal. But then 14 days after that, oh, now you've dipped way below normal again. And that fluctuation isn't exactly helpful either.
Yeah, probably fucks with your mood and all sorts of
your estrogen
body regulation.
Because the estrogen isn't like, estrogen needs to be at a specific ratio for a man, like a testosterone to estrogen ratio. Having high estrogen isn't bad as long as you have high T to correspond to it. And you can't keep that ratio perfect if your testosterone is going up and then spiking down. Like the estrogen doesn't correspond exactly right. So you get all these weird estrogen levels, lots of fluctuation there. It's not a healthy practice. And it's not what like TRT clinics prescribe.
Well, then why would his doctor have given it to him?
Because he went to a doctor in an office near him. He went to like an endocrinologist, like there in Myrtle Beach. I'm guessing. I don't follow him.
Has he said that he likes it, or made any comments about it?
He just bragged about how he was like, when I worked at Lab Tech, I was certified to give these injections, and it's like, there's no such thing as like an injection certificate. Maybe they gave you like a fucking blue ribbon one day because you like they showed you like which end of a syringe goes where, but like
I do get the tip and the plunger mixed up sometimes, so he's got me.
Yeah, but he almost made it sound like he was like an EMT or something, like he had a degree or like he passed some kind of course. And
maybe Lab Tech has this certification for staff.
I would
try to make a truth out of it. I don't know. Yeah,
anything is possible. But yeah, he's putting that big fat syringe in his. And he's also putting his thigh, right? Which you can end up with like an embolism. You can end up with an infection.
What's an embolism?
I know it's bad.
It's air. So you get and then like if he gets an infection there in his thigh, they've got to cut that out.
Yeah, they got to use like a soil sample corer to get that out.
I wonder how he's doing.
An ice cream scoop.
Like,
do you guys watch the troll channels at all? Like Lean, Sean Ranklin, stuff like that.
I've seen them. I haven't watched them in over 6 months.
Not really.
Oh man, I went down the rabbit hole. I joined like the troll Discord and shit, like where they do all that stuff, because I was just fascinated. And there was this is really bad. There's a video where just recently, and I recommend watching it, where his wife Kelly is crying off camera over something, but you don't know exactly what it is. You can't make out what she's like. She's being kind of quiet because he's streaming. And someone in the comments section deduced that it was something like it was a celebration of life, which is a fancy way of saying like a funeral kind of get together thing. I've been to a few of them. It's like a barbecue celebration of life, like a happy funeral. And basically, he chose to stream instead of going to it, I think is the story. So she was pretty upset about that. I recommend watching that one. It's a
wait, is this a rumor from the chat?
It's a rumor from the chat, but what they said made sense. What they deduced made sense.
Yeah,
so, you have to be cautious, though. I hear where Taylor's coming from.
Often the chat just makes things up.
They do. But this made sense because I recalled back to the camping trip that like last minute, Wings bailed on with you guys.
Yeah.
And I was like, this is something that someone with like an anxiety kind of issue usually does. They'll ponder over it, stew over it, then last minute they're like, I can't do it, fuck it, I'm just gonna
that's him. That's 100% him. He does this thing where like he's a real worrier and super pessimistic about things, like and especially if it's something he doesn't want to do. Like Taylor was talking about how like the day before he's gonna like do a big workout, he's like making all these elaborate plans and like aiming high. And I think Wings sometimes does the opposite. He's like, oh, if I do this, then all of these awful things can happen. So then when he backs out, it's like, I mean, it was a no-brainer. I was going to get a staph infection. I was going to drown in a river. An eagle was going to pluck my eye out. Like I was going to get like hypoglycemic out there, this, that, the other. Like, he literally said something that his odds of survival were like, I don't remember what he said.
Was it a third or 50-50 or something like that? Yeah.
It was like 50-50 if he survived the weekend with us.
That really reveals how little he thought you guys would help him in dire straits.
Yeah,
like,
right.
All right, well, I'm dying here, and you two are like, "See ya, idiot!" And you just leave.
I
Like we're playing
think
Oregon
back.
Trail. Wings got cholera. Well, shit. We're not
he
turning
died.
back.
He died fording the river. So
If Wings was there, my poor river crossing skills would have never been exposed. We would have just gone somewhere else.
Yeah, and Kyle would have never swallowed that turtle shit water.
Oh, that might have still happened. I don't know, but
That was so weird. I remember when I like the worst part of that, like the nausea was awful, like the continuous vomiting. But then when I finally got back to like Anderson, South Carolina, I finally had like hunger again, and I stopped at like a Jack in the Box and got like a burger and fries. And I was like, oh, this is going to be so good. And when I put the food in my mouth, my entire inside of my mouth broke out in hives, like these incredibly painful bumps all in my mouth. And I was like, there's something wrong with me. Like I literally had eaten a fry. Like I was holding the bag waiting on my change. And I was just like ate one fry, and the entire inside of my mouth broke out in like painful red sores.
I do this thing of self-doubt, right? Where it's like let's say I'm sick. And I'll be like, are you that sick? Are you sure you couldn't work today or you whatever? So Kyle was sick in this case. And I'm like, did we puss out? Should we have plowed through even though he vomited like multiple times? He was sick. But I'm like, maybe he'd have got better in the rain. I don't know. But when the hive story came out, like when the drive home getting refed went poorly, I'm like, that was just a good call.
If it hadn't been for like the river like swelling more and more, potentially like locking us off from escape, I'd have been more apt to like stick in there till morning. But I was so worried that like that river was
gonna
wasn't
rise.
an easy crossing to begin with. Like
Right.
I mean, I guess it was easy-ish. It wasn't like, even if you got swept away, like what's the worst that can happen? Eventually I make it to the other side. I'm just fucking wet now.
Lose your
like,
gear.
Yeah, fuck it. You know, a couple $100 here. But it was just like, what if we're stuck here and like tomorrow I'm so dehydrated I can't keep water down, and now we got diarrhea or something, and I'm just like, actually, how embarrassing is it going to be if they have to chopper me out of this stupid fucking trip?
36 hours into the trip, the lifeline comes. That would have been a great video.
At the end of my heart, I'm like, I'm thinking like Woody's going to record it all too.
But at the time you were anonymous, no one would have known who it was.
Oh. Start the video by saying date 6 log. Don't say it's a date.
Kyle's shitting himself and breaking out in the hives, and Woody's just taking shirtless pictures in the corner.
Woody's like, we arrived yesterday evening. It's 9 a.m. and it's like 18 hours, and that would have been really embarrassing if you had died.
That was a big part of the decision making.
We suck at it. Like you know,
yeah, we are bad.
Like we suck at it so bad. Like we went.
You know what? Wiggs was right. He did have a 50-50 shot of making it allowed alive.
You know, fair enough. Maybe he was right.
Yeah, maybe I was watching Survivor Man on Twitch, trying to learn how to survive last night.
Oh, it's a good show.
It's a great show. I haven't seen it in like 10 plus years, and so I popped it on, and it was funny. One of them, it was in Mexico. It was like part 1 and 2. And like he finds some dead octopus, and he's like, I don't know how to cook this, but the tentacles are probably fine. And then he goes and he puts some clams in like some hot coals, and they pop open all nice. And then he like goes to like what looks like the barnacles at like
is this the Les Stroud one? I think
the Les Stroud one,
okay,
yeah.
Thanks.
It's got all those hideous, ugly barnacles you see on like the bottom of a boat, and he's like, oh, these are valuable. You know, you may not think so, but you can really do something with these. And it's like day 1, and like he's got his shelter and everything, and he like makes some of those and he eats them all, and then because he records himself and everything, and so the next morning he like wakes up and he's like, you know, sometimes you roll the dice and it doesn't go the way you want. It's 110 degrees in Mexico, and he's sitting there shivering, and it's like usually it's like day 3 doing this, day 4 I'm making my way from the coast to this interior area, I got to find more fresh water, my distillation thing isn't working, whatever. But for like days 2 through 4 he's just like, and this is sometimes survival, I don't know what to tell you, you just drink as much water as you can and just try and wait it out. And it's like, this sucks.
He has failed before, I think. Like he has
had to call for extractions before.
Right. Yeah, I was going to call it a spot. Like he has some sort of
life alert.
It's like a GPS.
I want to say GPS phone, but satellite phone is what I'm going for.
Satellite phone, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's a great show. You can tell how much more real it is than Bear Grylls just by the stuff he does and by the stuff he doesn't do.
I feel like
he'll say,
"Oh, sorry, go ahead."
No.
I was just gonna say, I feel like with Man vs. Wild or whatever, the fucking camera crew is just like finding him the grossest shit to do. You know, like, Bear, go eat that turd over there. Like, that dead camel, go fuck it. Like, doing stuff like that.
Sometimes fucking a camel is good for morale.
Hey, sheep eyeballs, eat those. You know, they're just daring him to do stupid shit. It's almost like Jackass in a way. Like,
yeah, like he'll intentionally do stuff like, now, you'd never want to take this route up the mountain, but in case it was the only one available, that's where I'm going. Like, Les Stroud is like, now this right here, death trap, don't be a fool, make your way around slowly. That's what you want to do. Survival's all about measured risks, you know, don't overextend and stuff like that. And Bear Grylls is like,
Bear Grylls is skinning a snow leopard and using it as a sled on an icy mountain and just fucking going down. I think he literally did that.
Yeah, like in Norway, Les Stroud was surviving, and I guess he was in an area where like there's a bunch of seasonal hunting cabins around where like the Norwegians will go up there and do some like elk hunting and then just leave it abandoned the rest of the year. And like I'd never seen him steal resources before or break in to someone's like, you know, abode or something. But he like gets to like this abandoned shack and he's like, we're just going to go in. We're just trying it. So he just goes in, spends the night there. He finds like, apparently they took all the good meat from a kill and there was just a bunch of frozen organs and like head meat that he found in a trash bag and he ate all that. And then he kept walking and he found a 4-bedroom, like 3-bathroom, like legit, like rich Norwegian's house. And he's like, I would, you know, you guys know this is real because if this was not real, I would not be showing myself go into a nice house. I can't believe I found this house. Like, it's going to be great. I'm going to sleep on their bed. I'm borrowing some of their resources. Sorry about that. We'll help you out later. Like he just literally broke in. And it was like,
how did he break in? It was locked and he just broke into a house?
One of them, he like rammed the door pretty hard and like got it like jarred open, and the other one just opened right up. The cheap cabin just opened right up. The other one, he actually had to jimmy it, and like it showed him just using that house's like supplies to like crack open food and eat stuff. And like that's what you got to do. That'd be real. Bear Grylls, he would have slept in that house and pretended he was sleeping in like a tarp tent.
He'd have 100 yards away. Hotel rented.
Yeah, probably.
Like they did that. They did that in Hawaii. Did you know that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's so absurd. Like, come on. And the way like with Les Stroud, every time he like leaves the camera and he's like walking away, and then he always shows him coming back like, gotta get the camera. just exhausted. But and we were talking about Driftor being like, this is what brought it up initially in my head. Talking about him being confused. It was like day 3 of him being like sick and not having eaten. He's like, we're gonna try and make it. We got to make it to the base mountain air. I'm so sorry, guys. I haven't eaten in 3 days and I'm very sick. We're going to try and make it to the mountain area to get water. Let's just go. Let's go, guys. And like, it's just he's like not able to string it together. Meanwhile, Bear Grylls will be like, all right, 6 days, no food, no water. Let's see what's in store for us today. And it's like
there's like crumbs on his jacket.
Yeah, he's got
a protein bar wrapper in his breast pocket.
You can see a Cliff Bar wrapper just caught in the wind. It's like Game of Thrones. Like you look closely in the Starbucks, like on the rock.
He's just reaching into like a giant container of Utz, like looking around, just covered in orange.
What was the story with that? I don't watch Game of Thrones. What was the story with that cup? What was it?
Yeah. So like in the final season, and actually in like the final episodes, there's like several shots where you go to the wide shot, and it's like the council is judging Jon Snow at the very end. You know, Daenerys and like all the main characters that have survived. Well, Daenerys is dead. All the main characters that have survived. And like, if you look closely, like at the base of their chairs, there's like Starbucks. Cause like, you know, obviously like you're chilling a lot between takes and there's a huge amount of downtime, and it makes sense. Like there's coffee on those sets all the time, but like you move the fucking coffee cups out of the shot or you shoot around them. You're like it's one or the other. There's no instance in a professional like situation where you would have that cup. Like even when I made videos, if there was something that shouldn't be in the shot, it was like, well, that can't be there. Get that the fuck out of there. Like, dude, I could see your leg. You're not supposed to be here right now. Like you know, Yeah, and then it's right there. There's lots of shots like this.
That's very obvious too. Huh.
Super obvious.
I don't know. It looks a little medieval to me. You don't see
Come
it.
on, there's a
got a plastic
top.
lid.
It's got a plastic top. Yeah.
It's, you know,
It's
brown.
branded.
It's brown. It's
And
cardboard.
all he had to do to fix that would be to like make medieval cups for everyone, write their name like
that's
on
a
the
good
inside.
idea.
Like on the inside, so that only you can see it if you're looking down into the beverage. Like write the names on it, like, oh yeah, Danny, and like put her fucking Starbucks in there. And when oh yeah, Danny's having a bit of mead in the background, and she can be
You just
having her
need one
espresso.
person who's not a fucking idiot to be like, hey, next to the goblet
Perfect,
head.
dude. They couldn't come up with some of
that's
those. if that was sitting there, we wouldn't even flinch. We'd be like, oh, cool.
Yeah, he's drinking mead out of that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get some mead.
Terrible.
Can you get
Fuck
mead
that
at the
show.
store?
I was watching some like I've been watching a bunch of like Sopranos shit lately. There's this guy that like I'm gonna stop watching because he just makes shit videos. He just like watches an episode of Sopranos and then tells you what happened in the episode. I don't know why I'm even still fucking watching. I know
You've seen Sopranos
because you want to know what happens.
He's not even dissecting it. He's not even like now what you got to pay attention to here is the undertones. You know what is he really saying? He's like no. He's just like yeah. Then they go to the dentist and the dentist seems like a nice guy and he's just like reiterating what happened in the episode. But anyway, like some guy was like talking about the ending of The Sopranos and how he didn't like what Butchie's character did. How he likes the ending, but he didn't like Butchie's motivations.
Wait, Butchie? Who's that again?
Yeah, can you remind us?
He's that short guy from New York who when Tony goes in and he takes Coco out when he punches him with the revolver in his hand for talking shit about Meadow. Butchie is the guy who was sitting there eating his fucking pasta and he's like, whoa.
Okay.
That's Butchie. He's like Phil Leotardo's second in command. And he was saying like Butchie's motivations make no sense at the end. Like he's been so fucking loyal to Phil this whole time, and then right at the end he like turns on Phil, sides with Tony, like sells out New York even though Tony's crew is like in shambles. It doesn't make any sense, and I was kind of on board with him. And then he was like, I also like the end of Game of Thrones. I think it's just fine. And I'm just like, turn this shit the fuck off. Block recommendations. Not interested ever.
Not interested ever.
He almost had me sold on something, and then he said that. And I was like, I got no respect for your opinion. No respect at all.
Yeah. Well, I mean, objectively, that's if he's a movie channel or show channel and he liked the end of Game of Thrones, that's pretty silly.
This is Butchie, right? Do I have the?
That's Butchie.
Yeah.
Okay.
He plays an irritable Italian guy in a lot of things.
He's got the look.
Yeah.
He's also a little cross-eyed.
Yeah, a little cross-eyed. He's got like you can tell he had bad acne as a kid.
Real bad. He's got that Ray Liotta face.
Yeah. Yeah, man, Ray Liotta's got some rough pockmarks.
Woo! They tried so hard to make him handsome in everything he did, and then at some point they just gave up. Like, yeah, we don't have enough spackle to fix that, Ray. I'm sorry.
Don't they fix that with lasers or something?
Not when it's that bad. It's he's crater faced.
You can do some things to alleviate it. It's weird. A lot of Hollywood actors that have really bad like scarring and shit, they won't fucking do anything to it. They'll just
maybe
like
they're it's not a big market for ugly
unique.
actors, but supply and demand. Whatever gets you hired.
Yeah.
Yeah. Steve Buscemi, he's ugly, but
That's
he's
true.
a tremendous actor.
Yes.
Great in everything, or everything I've seen him in.
He is.
And then there's
great
like
in
this
everything.
guy. I'm gonna like. Hopefully, I can get this to open correctly. There's this.
Is this another
character
pockmark guy?
There's a character actor that I was thinking of, and I'm just trying to open his image in its own tab so I can link it. So this guy was in Braveheart. He was in Sons of Anarchy. I think he's Irish or Scottish.
Oh yeah, the guy.
And
with
he's got
the scar.
He's got a scar on his face, and like it's great. Like anytime you need a tough guy, a grizzled veteran of war or whatever, it's like, dude's got a fucking like scar on his face, like right in the middle of his cheek. It's great.
Is he in the Boondock Saints or no? Is that a different guy?
You're thinking of Norman Reedus, I think.
Oh,
Yeah.
I am.
Yeah.
Another
They look kind of
unattractive
similar.
man. They do. Yeah. I think
Jason. Jason Momoa, I think, has a big fucking eyebrow scar from where he got somebody tried to shank him with a broken beer bottle or something, or hit him with a beer bottle or something like that in a bar. So,
Jeez,
Is that what that is? An eyebrow? Oh wow.
pretty sure.
the best way it could have panned out for him. Just a little eyebrow line after getting
It
bottled.
looks
That could have-
good.
It looks,
It looks
good.
cool. Yeah, it
Yeah,
does.
it does. It makes him look pretty cool. We need to get cool scars, guys.
It's a risk though. Like I think if I just fuck with someone who has a broken bottle, it might turn out poorly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not even a cool scar. It's all gross.
He just disfigured my nipples. And but think of the shirtless
I saw
pictures.
a UFC fighter today, like doing his weigh-in, and his nipples were so far off his chest.
Yeah.
Did you see that picture?
Yes, but I'm not sure he was a UFC fighter.
Please send that.
MMA fighter, you know, they were like standing there for their weigh-ins, and like you can see he's got well-defined pecs, but his nipples are like 2 inches lower than they should be.
He
like,
said his nipples were on point.
Yeah, he's making a little self-deprecating joke.
So they're 2 inches lower than they should be. Is it because
they need to be like?
Did he gain did he used to be really fat and he lost so much weight?
No, it's just a genetic malformation.
You can't get those like raised up a little bit.
You absolutely could have those. Yeah, check them out, dude.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Damn, that's not even. It looks like he's like still loading.
It's like he's got 2 pec tears. Maybe he's flexing his chest and it's pulling him up in a weird way.
Really small too. They're like
nipples. They're on his
rib cage. He does have
cage.
tiny nipples. There is no way he could milk a baby.
The one on the right is on his upper ab at this point. Yeah.
Like he looks. I'm hovering my mouse over one of them and my finger over the. Yeah, he looks like what's that shitty show Kyle XY? Except he has the belly button, no nipples.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, you can get that fixed if you want to.
Oh, I just
with
noticed.
breast augmentation, they move nipples all the fucking time.
So right of the picture, yeah, on the his left, right of the picture by his collarbone. It looks. Is it broken? There's something.
Yeah, that's usually when you injure your shoulder, you'll get that weird kind of like mound or whatever. Sometimes it's only on one, sometimes it's on both.
It's like his collarbone seems symmetrical. His shoulder's just in the middle of like too centered.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, he's done something there. My collarbones are kind of similar to this. They really stick out a lot. But this is.
I hadn't noticed. I'm going to need more shirtless pictures.
I'll do what I can. I'll do what I can.
The other guy has nice nipples.
More dick root this time.
If you would step up your dick root game, it'd be appreciated.
Yeah, the other guy's got very defined abs, but he's got like the torso of just a fridge, like just a solid guy.
Yeah, he doesn't really have an hourglass thing going on.
What's the weight class for these guys?
Bantamweight. Is that 145? Does that sound right?
If I had to guess, that's 145. Yeah. I think
it's 145. Yeah.
Like just looking at them, that looks like 145. They're UFC Fight Pass, right?
I hope Nipples wins.
I don't have it. I watch usually just free fights on YouTube that they upload.
I got you. Yeah.
The top comment is always great to see this monstrosity. And he replied, giving the people what they want.
If you want to watch every pay-per-view, it's like $1,300 a year.
Oh, it's expensive. I used to be super into it, but yeah, I would order wrestling and then MMA pay-per-views.
I'm curious.
I thought about ordering AEW's this past weekend and the UFC one, and I was just like, it's like $100. Like, I'm not fucking doing that, you know.
So what made you stop watching MMA? Because I feel like I would check up on MMA stuff every day. I used to spend like 90 minutes a day just staying current on MMA things. And now it's, I don't know, 2 hours a week.
I think at the time it was just they were getting too expensive. And between all the events and then like, what was the last fight I ordered? I think it was Anderson Silva versus Chael Sonnen 2.
Oh my God, that's a long time ago.
Yeah, that's the last one I've ordered. And then I would just watch free shit on YouTube, illegal or otherwise.
It's expensive now. Is it $80? Does that sound right?
I thought it was 65, but if you're not just for the pay-per-view, if you're not counting the Fight Pass or in the ESPN Plus, I buy 70. The ones that I'm really interested in. Like if I'm a Conor McGregor fanboy. I know it's more popular to hate him than love him these days, but I love watching him fight. And anything in the 155-pound division that's like a big deal, any sort of championship fight, I'll buy those. And John Jones, Amanda Shevchenko, like my favorite fighters, I'll buy. Everything else, I'll find a way to not buy and still watch, which isn't all that hard. Don't tell Dana. And then like the stuff that I really don't care too much about, but I know it's probably going to be good meat and potatoes, just information to have because I like just seeing what happened. I watch the Reddit GIFs. You know, sometimes that's plenty to like get an idea of what the fight was about and sort of like, all right, this guy Machev is a good fighter. He did this, and that, leg kick, you know, good wrestler.
Can I talk about the pricing? Because I looked it up. It's a little confusing.
Yeah.
So first of all, you need to buy ESPN Plus for the right to buy the pay-per-view. Buying ESPN Plus doesn't give you the pay-per-view. If you buy ESPN Plus for like $5 a month, then the pay-per-view is $85.
God.
If you buy ESPN Plus, but you're on the annual plan, then it's $70. So that's a lot to process, but it's just expensive. Like it's so much money.
Well, you got to bear in mind that the ESPN Plus does give you the prelims. So like there is quite a bit of value there because you're getting early prelims and prelims. So you're getting 8 to 12 fights every weekend just about for that $5.
And off topic, I read a lot of NBA news, and a bunch of that is in the ESPN Plus restricted area. So I get some value there, but still, I was looking at I think I pay month to month, and I was like, $85?
Yeah, that's crazy.
I mean, I know Dana caught that streamer, but
the guy pretending to play the game.
That is one of the funniest things I've ever seen. Have you ever seen the screenshot of that? It's just this guy like pretending to focus with a controller in his hand, and it's just.
And what it is you can see the fights on his glasses intentionally and clearly. The entire fight is in his glasses, and you can watch it. No, it's a bit of an MMA meme, maybe inside meme knowledge, where Dana White said they're going after streamers, and they got the fucking guy, and that tonight he's going down, and everyone's like, the guy? Like the one who stream? There are hundreds, if not thousands, of people illegally streaming your stuff, and you caught a guy? Like it didn't. I don't know which one they caught. I can't tell. It has had Kyle. You are muted. It's had no impact, and so it's a bit of an MMA meme to say that Dana caught.
It made him look out of touch and foolish, is what I said. Like because it's like. My stream still works, so I don't know what you're talking about, dude. Like I streamed it that night. Like I didn't stream it. I watched a stream that night. Like I said, I buy the cards that I feel like are worth $65, and more than one fight has to be good for that to happen.
I go to a web page with I don't even know. I'll call it 150 different options for streaming. Like they're just all listed, and I'll like scroll down 2/3 and pick one at random, and usually it's not too overcrowded. So when Dana says he caught the streamer, I'm like, there's like a 1 in 150 chance that it's the guy, and it would hardly be an inconvenience if it
if it's not, just go to the next one down.
Like Kyle said, he looked out of touch and foolish. It's hard to stop people from illegally streaming UFC fights, and at this point, like $85 plus a monthly fee.
That's crazy. That's
absurd.
I used to order like WrestleMania like once a year, back in the day, and it was like $45, and that was a once a year thing because that's fucking expensive. I mean, and then it's double now, nearly double. That's
like Woody and I went to an event in Boston, a Conor McGregor event, no less, I think, and we had good tickets. Like we weren't down on the floor in like the folding chairs, but we were like the first row of seats, maybe the second or third row of seats. It was like $250. Like compare that to like $80 to sit in your living room. Like there is a difference, right?
Compare that to free sitting on your fucking laptop,
and then things start making a lot of sense. I would pay $500 a year if he was just like, hey, give me $500 a year, you get access to all of our shit. I'm like, yeah, here you go. Now I get everything in like crystal clear HD whenever I want it.
Not only would I also pay $500 a year, I think that would be more than I pay now. Like he would get more from me. It'd be a win-win. But instead, he's trying to charge me $1,500 a year, and he doesn't get it.
Exactly. Yeah. You're not. I'm not going to buy every single event. I used to. Like there was a long time where I bought every one, but then there were a couple of stinkers. There were a couple of events where I didn't feel like I got my money's worth. And it was like, yeah, I don't know about this. Like it's really worth it if you got people over. If you've got like multiple people over at your house and you're having a watch party.
You guys ever did the thing where you like charge $5 for entry and you'll have like 10 people over so it pays for the fucking pay-per-view?
No, but that makes a ton of sense.
Yeah.
I've what's bullshit about that the most, I assume, other sports are probably better run than the NHL. I got NHL TV this year because I was like, I want to be able to watch every game. It was $75 or $80 for the whole season. And it's like some blackouts may apply. And it's like literally every single Blues game is blacked out. Not every once in a while, not 1 out of 3, not 4 out of 5. 100% of the Blues games are blacked out. And it's like, I have to just open my VPN and just switch that I'm in Canada to watch Blues games after I pay $80 to have access to all this. It's like, this is fucking absurd. You guys are trying, like, you're like, you can't watch the game. This is our secret club. Like, come on. Like, this is absurd.
Region locking is the most fucking bullshit thing. As someone who watches a lot of movies, I bought a fucking movie. I was looking forward to it. I pop it in my goddamn Blu-ray player. Shit says, like, wrong region. It was like a region B, you know, like UK only Blu-ray. And I was like, I literally, like, set to fucking do this today because I couldn't rent it online anywhere. I had to buy the Blu-ray. It ruined my fucking evening. So
what was the movie?
I can't remember, but it was like 3 months ago. But it was I think it was some Japanese horror movie, something like that.
That sucks. I had no idea that like physical discs could say, nope, can't watch this in this country.
They don't now on 4K discs if you're rocking like the 4K Blu-rays, but the Blu-rays and I think DVDs have like 7 different regions, and then Blu-rays have like 3. It's all bullshit.
Do you collect a lot of physical movies, right? Like you have a big collection, especially horror.
Yeah. I think I have some right next to me actually.
Yeah, I haven't bought physical media in forever, which is probably going to bite a lot of us in the ass.
Oh, I love physical media because for the longest time, this movie's fucking awful, by the way. I recommend it. Miami Connection.
Miami. Oh, yeah.
It's fucking garbage, but
it's called Miami what?
Connection.
Miami Connection. I've never heard of it.
I watch it once a month. Yeah, I watch it once a month.
Once a month you watch Miami Connection.
100%, yeah. But it's great because as someone who lives in the South, well, I used to have this problem before I got fiber internet. I don't know why it's here in bumfuck middle of nowhere, North Carolina, but it is. But before that, you know, as a strong wind would like knock out my fucking internet, you know. So I'd be like, well, let's watch some Netflix, and you know, somebody farts, and there goes the goddamn Wi-Fi. So physical media helps in that regard, yeah, for sure.
I've got a few, but nothing. I used to collect like tons and tons of DVDs. I had a massive DVD collection, and before that, I had a massive VHS collection. And I was just when they came out with like Blu-rays and then 4K Blu-rays, I was like, is it ever going to stop?
No.
Like is this upgrading thing ever going to stop? Like I feel like every time I like devote a few thousands of dollars to this like media format, they just replace it. It just seemed like lost money.
It became like video game consoles where you'd have to replace it every 5-10 years, something like that, with a new.
Yeah. So I've got a few 4K Blu-rays and like my favorite stuff, like Saving Private Ryan and a few Clint Eastwood westerns and stuff like that. But like nothing crazy. Like I probably got 10 or 15.
Yeah.
We have some, but nothing good. Bunch of Pixar stuff that like the kids would have watched 100 times when they were little kids.
Yeah, if someone broke into my house with a gun and was like, find a DVD, I'd be like, I don't know. I don't know. I'm sorry.
I'd be like, you like cars?
I'll fucking kill you if you don't find a DVD. Like, I don't know where I would go. I don't think I have any.
You play like it's Microsoft Windows. Like, yeah, okay, with my laptop.
Yeah. This is an NSYNC No Strings Attached album, and it's cracked. I found that box.
Jason Momoa picture, and I just looked at the article where I found it. After his term on Game of Thrones, he was completely in debt and starving and career failing. Post Game of Thrones, he wasn't paid that much, I guess.
Well, yeah, he was unknown, and he was only like a bit character in season 1. Like, how many lines did he really have? You know,
he didn't have a lot. I didn't even know his name. I called him the handsome rapist.
But he was. See, I thought of his performance in Game of Thrones. Oh, it was every scene he stole it. He was this larger than life guy. He crushed that role, which I guess is why his career did well after.
Can you imagine how impossible it would have been to pull off his redemption arc from being a rapist if he was fat? Just imagine he's the exact same guy, but he's really overweight. Like Danny's not going to come around. Like at no point is that going to be cool.
It's funny. I was thinking today of getting some like fitness YouTubers on as a guest. And one of the questions I had in my head for them is like, what's it like? Does everyone hold the door for you? Like when you're over the top good looking, dude, like, are your jokes funny? All of them, even the ones that aren't? Like What's it like to be fucking, I don't know. You're not just the best looking guy in the room. You're the best looking guy at the mall that day. Like, do people treat you differently? Are you insta popular everywhere you go?
We could just have a whore on and like solve this mystery right away.
It doesn't happen to guys much though. Like, I wonder. I don't know.
I will say
wouldn't know how to answer.
I will say this. I live in a small southern town, so a lot of men are ugly here. A lot of dudes are ugly, a lot of women too. But I not to brag, but I'm usually I think I'm on the better looking scale than most people around here, and you do get treated a little bit differently. And if I like, you know, if I have a girlfriend or something like that, or I'm on a date with a girl or whatever, she'll get treated differently if she's good looking, because I guess like in California, it wouldn't matter so much. You're like a big populated area, but
we had that question a couple weeks ago, like which former guest would we pick as our gay lover? And I immediately went to you. I was like, BT's our best looking guest, man.
Got the mustache going on. I could.
Yeah, absolutely.
You were in my top.
We're like a handsome couple.
But I mean, Tucker is just so lithe and hairless, and you just like. I feel like I can just imagine myself just throwing him around the bedroom. You know,
I went the other way. Dame drops. If I'm gonna go gay, I'm going super gay.
Well, it doesn't make it any gayer.
It does. It does. Yeah,
I think Kyle and BlameTruth fucking is just as gay. I think that's a bit gatekeepy of you, saying that you need to be your kind of gay to be gay.
I know you harbored those kind of homophobic feelings.
I think of them as double homo, not homophobic. Did you circle me around?
Double homo, that equals out. It's like math. Now it's straight again.
You're essentially a Klan member now at this point. Klansman.
This sounds like you've got gay envy, that both of you wish you were half as gay as I was.
I don't know. I'm happy with my pick of Tucker.
I'm happy with my pick as well.
I know you are. He is good looking.
I'm nervous about Dame coming back on the show.
I would pick I don't know, Harley. Be like father son weird thing, you know, going on.
I dig it. I'd watch the video.
Yeah.
It'd probably get recommended to me, to be honest.
Harley's a really open guy. I bet he'd be down to clown, to play around a little bit. You don't think so, Kyle?
I don't know.
You just don't imagine it.
I video called Harley like a couple weeks ago, not long after he was on the show, and he picked up and he had shaved his beard completely off, like clean shaven. And I thought that his assistant was about to hand the phone back to Harley. I was like, "Oh, Harley's a real big shot. He doesn't even answer his own phone." And then I was like, "Oh shit, that's Harley." He was unrecognizable. But when he was at my house like years ago, like he was, I don't know, like had kind of what BlameTruth has going on, like pretty close beard, like nothing wild, and you know, but it's still a beard. But he was clean shaven. He had just gotten the just shaved or something, like
with close razor, like
baby faced, completely shaved, everything, and he was unrecognizable.
Wonder if he's made a video without a beard.
He did.
I want to see. Yeah, I haven't seen a beard.
Is it on his Epic Mealtime?
I assume it is.
You ever get so wasted?
When I asked him about it, he was like, "Yeah, we just finished filming." And I guess they had done like a no beard episode or something, and I'm sure like he made several videos thereafter that was like a little beard, a little more beard.
Yeah, he definitely looks weird without the beard. Yeah, all it takes for him is just that short little beard, though, and then it's like, oh, that's Harley. But the clean face.
Oh, the clean face. He looks like he would own a surf shop or something.
He looks friendlier with no beard, right? Like he looks like looks very friendly with no beard. He looks a little intimidating with a beard.
His beard, when he doesn't, like I tend to see him when it's more, you know, shapely. Bushy. Yeah, when he lets it just go fucking wild. Holy shit, man. That's a gnarly beard.
I mean, seeing him, it's at 9 minutes and 4 seconds in the video face reveal and epic meal transformation. And that's like the morning he shaved. I assume that's what you saw, Kyle. And this is I mean, he looks more Canadian somehow. Like, he looks more into hockey, but like
more into hockey.
Maybe that's the hair too. But like,
and it's not hidden.
I don't know that man. Who is that?
Yeah, it's a very different. It's a very different look. You know,
I think he looks better with the beard.
What's that?
I think he looks better with the beard.
I do too, but I'm biased because I don't think I've clean shaven in like fucking 5 years. Like if I shave, it's, you know, like I had a mustache and I'm like, should I shave the sides and keep the fucking mustache going on hardcore? And I'm like, nah, fuck it.
No, you pull off the mustache well. I like the you look like a cop.
Thank you. Thank you. I find that I like to change my look up because that way I can't be identified as easy.
Me too.
You should grow one of those little pointy chin beards like a conquistador.
Oh.
You know, I thought about doing that, and also mutton chops, and also a mullet as a joke. My hair's getting long. I'm thinking about just fucking doing a mullet as a joke when I get a haircut.
Do it. I've thought about, you know, I mean, this is a ways away, you know, but it would be funny to like shave male pattern baldness into my head.
Just take the center out.
Yeah, just kind of like, except leave like an island here, like Costanza.
For the wedding.
Like season.
For the
wedding. Yeah, for my wedding, I'm going to do that. Like have that little tuft and then my Costanza. My season 3 Costanza. Where this
you loved his sense of humor when you first met him, didn't you? Didn't you? You wanted to marry a funny guy.
And my vows is, you know, Alex Jones.
Saying your vows.
I promised it. It's like, oh, I regret this already. After all that seems like it'd be a funny joke. But also, like, that's a long time to recover from a one-off joke.
Yeah, that's an 8-month recovery.
I've never been bald on my head. Like, you do that, you'd have to shave bald. What if I have just a terrible bald head?
Dude, you just got to fucking do it to see. Because I thought, I was looking at my head and I'm like, man, I got like kind of the Cro-Mag fucking forehead going on, you know? I'm like, it's going to look weird if I'm bald. And then one day I was just like, fuck it, I'm just going to shave it. Because it was hot and I didn't feel like going to the fucking barber. So I shaved it. It looked good. It looked decent.
Yeah, I don't think it's a long commitment.
Wine stains. I don't even know about it. My hand on the back of my head.
Because in 4 weeks, you're high and tight, I would argue.
Mm-hmm.
For sure.
Maybe.
So,
I used to always shave mine when I was like a teenager, like early 20s and stuff. I would put like a one guard on and just shave the whole fucking thing off, but not a good look.
I did too, and I looked awful.
Yeah, not a good look.
Yeah. PKA Dan used to do that. He'd cut his own hair, and some months it'd turn out great. Other months he'd get into work, he looked like, you know, fresh into boot camp. He's like, yeah, didn't go right. Mistakes were made. And like, you know, so what happens, he'll have like a dent or something. So now that's the maximum length. And then he goes a little further and until he's basically bald.
I know how that is. When I gave myself a haircut on Twitch, you feel like you get one side down, and then you go too short on the other side, and now you got to even it up, and then you go too short on the evening side, and before you know it, your hair is very short.
Yeah. That's how the shaved head happened to me. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna give myself a fucking undercut. Here we go. And I'm like, oops, fucked up there. I gotta go higher. And I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna see what I look like bald. Here we go.
You go too high and you just have like a plate on top of your head, like a little dish looking thing.
Yeah, it was more like a bowl cut, you know, or like a Hitler Youth haircut going on. I didn't want that. So
those are trendy these days.
Yeah, they are actually. They're a lot of weird trends. Mullets are a thing. That's kind of why I wanted to get one as a joke.
Mullets are coming back, huh? I haven't seen many mullets.
Oh, I see a lot, but
I know where you live, though. That doesn't count.
That's a good point.
Well, but that's where he lives, so the fashion is what you're surrounded by, right?
I guess that's true. Yeah.
Everybody around him thinks that mullets are really cool, and he gets a mullet. That's fashion.
Get that rowdy
right. That doesn't make jorts in style, Taylor.
In the country, you know, I mean, like, are huge.
It's like, yeah. You know, as far as I can tell, the cool thing are jorts, mullets, and Confederate flags.
Everybody loves them.
It's like going back in time and telling everyone that like your stupid niche interests are what take off. It's like in 1980. I'm like, yeah, and all the hot girls like Magic the Gathering. It's crazy. Like, you want to play with me? Like,
I wanted to take a look at your tattoos again. We were talking about that before.
Oh yeah. What do we have here?
Molotov cocktail,
Okay.
a planchette with an eye, a casket with a fucking, what do you call that? A scythe.
Yes.
Hereditary tattoo, Shining tattoo, and that's
the
it.
Shining one?
Shining the movie?
Yeah.
Right, right.
Red
Just
rum.
Red
Ah.
rum.
That's cool.
Yeah, I figured
I think the Molotov cocktail is pretty cool. I like.
I like the colors.
I like the colors in it. I wanted to get tattoos in my 20s, but I was like, is this YouTube Twitch thing actually gonna last? Am I gonna have to get a job like at fucking Hardee's or something, And then
yeah, they'd be strict at Hardee's.
yeah, and then like last year, I was just like, you know what? I think we're good. Let's just fucking get some. Let's just piece it together throughout the years. So yeah.
Nice.
I've been thinking about getting one for the last few weeks. I don't know what I want yet. I've got some ideas. I was looking at some Norse stuff, and I was looking at some like all black and white negatives of like trees with moons and crows and shit on my forearms. Some arrows, like down the outside of the forearm, like through there.
Do you want any meaning, or do you just like this looks tight?
Yeah, the latter.
Yeah.
I don't really need any meaning to it, I'm not.
Where do you want them? Arms?
Arms? Probably forearms. Probably forearms.
A big chest thing?
No, I don't think I want a big chest thing. I saw a guy that had like mountains, like up here that I kind of like just the outline of like some mountains, like real simple kind
I
of
want
thing.
a subtle tattoo that accentuates my abs such that when I get fat, they're still there. Can we do that?
It's an implant thing.
just like shading, right? A little darkness here and there, adding a shadow, even though it's more of a keg.
Just always stand in correct lighting.
Yeah.
Your whole life. only talk to people outside directly under the sun.
Dude, that's why fucking Brad Pitt at Fight Club looks so damn good. It's the lighting. They got the lighting fucking perfect.
Yes.
Dude,
I don't want to change topic off tattoo talk prematurely.
Yeah, the tattoo thing. So, BlameTruth, are those all the ones you have so far?
Yeah, they're all on your one arm so far.
Oh yeah, I did get this one at first. It just says it's a reference to my favorite band. And honestly, I kind of want to fill this arm up with like just color stuff or whatever I want, and then this arm I want it to be kind of all black. Maybe even get some prison style tattoos. I kind of like simple. Best way I can put it is like not good tattoos, like prison, like prison style. Like
I make
like
inexpensive tattoos.
What's that?
I do tattoos really inexpensively. You should come over.
Yeah, I
will give you the worst tattoo you've ever seen.
yeah. You'd be my first customer.
My cousin has the
you got
worst
a ballpoint pen and
and a lot of enthusiasm.
What does your cousin have?
Like across his belly, like his lower stomach, he's got kind of like a semicircle of letters that say they're like Gothic style letters, and they say outlaw. And so like that's terrible. And then like up on his delt on one side, I don't remember which, doesn't matter. He's got like a Confederate flag that's like sort of weathered and torn apart with maybe like wrapped around an eagle that looks angry.
Now, is he jacked enough to pull off any arm tattoo? No,
he's not like jacked, but like he's a muscular guy. He does manual labor. Like he's not he's not like skinny or anything. Oh, this is terrible.
That's great.
Like this would be the sort of tattoo where like I would.
You're breaking up, Kyle.
Sue the tattoo.
Breaking up. Go ahead, Kyle. I think you're back.
Yeah, it did something weird. Had a little interference.
You would sue the tattoo artist?
Yeah, if they put this thing on me, this I think it's Freddie Mercury, right?
It is supposed to be. Man, I kind of like that. In a weird way, I kind of like it. I don't know why. No, let me. Do you guys know who? Let me see if I can find it here. You guys know who CM Punk is, right? The wrestler.
Yeah,
I feel like I know the artistic style.
All right.
There's got to be a Reddit with horrible tattoos.
I like the regret nothing. Like, I just realized nothing's misspelled too. But
regret nothing is one of them for tattoos.
Well, it's misspelled.
Is regret spelled correctly? It's messing with my head.
It is.
Yes,
I think it's nothing.
Just nothing
wrong.
is misspelled.
It's nohing.
Yeah, because I've sold no ragrets one time, like as a tattoo, and for some reason I projected that ragret misspelling onto regret here, which is actually right. But like you said, nothing is wrong. I think that's the point.
And I don't want like some chick's name or face. Like that's just a terrible idea. I can't, like, even guys who are like if Woody got Jackie like tattooed to his arm, like that makes a ton of sense. But like for some dude who's like in his 20s, like in what I'm gonna call his first marriage, to do that, it's always just a terrible idea.
I like the plan ahead. That's a fun.
See, that's ironic though. That's meant to be a thing.
Oh, I think the regret nothing was meant to do that too. I could be crazy.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I'm sure the guy says it is, regardless of whether it was or not.
The one I just sent is the wrestler CM Punk, but inexplicably they changed all his tattoos on his person in this rendition to donuts, and then across his stomach he's got donuts, and I don't know why. And I it's one of the best things.
Panties too.
The one on his on the right side delt, it looks like either a Pokeball or like the classic Simpsons donut.
Yeah, I think it's a classic Simpsons donut. Yeah, but
this is so disjointed. I don't know what
Pokeball.
Schizophrenic nonsense. It might be a Pokeball. None of it. It could be anything.
Yeah,
there's
no anchor point for us to draw from here.
Is that a woman? A woman's arm?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Okay.
My buddy actually has it's a tattoo of Stone Cold Steve Austin doing like the fist raise thing that he does, his signature taunt, but he's, instead of beers, he's got ice cream cones, and it says Cold Stone Cream Austin underneath.
That I like. See, that I like.
That's good.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
I saw this one and I was like, oh, what's so horrible about it? It's not good. But then the comment was, man, that guy really likes his turtle. And look at the kid he's supposed to be holding up.
That does look like a turtle.
Oh, holy man. Shit. These are so something you want to steer clear of. Don't get someone's face, because it seems like a lot of people or a lot of tattoo artists struggle with cross eyes. Like accidentally like making the person look cross-eyed.
Yeah, one thing I don't get is, okay, Woody, that's great.
That's Woody's right there. Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
Very nice. That is, man, what do you look like when you gain weight? Just
good, I'm sure.
Video game, like a boss or a Kai at the end of a level. Or
you look like Fisk. Is that his name from Daredevil? I don't know. But
oh man, this is, you said you wanted a bad tattoo. BlameTruth. How about this? This guy got dog nipples tattooed on him.
Okay, when I say bad, I don't mean like dog nipples.
It says dog tits in his stomach.
Jesus Christ!
It says dog tits above his belly button, like in a child's script.
Yeah, I don't mean like that. Like, let me
no balls.
I think
we're giving you good ideas.
Ironic, or just like a single needle prison style, like simple, I should say. Not bad, but like simple, Let me see here.
Kyle, this is the bird. This is the owl I'm gonna get. Tell me if you like it.
Oh, that's so awful. I was just about to say like something like this would be pretty sick.
Looks like a potato with
that would be very cool. I don't think I'd want to do a forearm tattoo. I would prefer it higher up on my arm, probably.
You chose an owl with the smallest head, Taylor. It's not representative of you.
I know.
That's not even an owl.
It's fantasy.
It's not an owl.
Yeah, it's not an owl.
It's a fat pigeon.
The one Kyle likes, that actually looks pretty neat. Yeah, very high detail owl. It's a horned owl, the coolest kind that I look the most like. So yeah, I don't know where I'd get it. Probably arm, like delt or something like that.
Yeah,
because I don't think I'd want to do a whole forearm thing.
Yeah,
that's always
forearm thing.
I hate that, Woody.
That is so
so fucking funny.
Oh, I love it.
That bothers me. There's something about that bothers me.
It's great. This guy's awesome.
That reminds me, oh man, this old show called Wienerville, the the puppets. Anybody ever seen that? You guys ever seen that? Wienerville?
Oh, Wienerville.
Yeah, it'll give you nightmares. It's like this guy does a puppet show, but he does stuff like this. He puts like tiny puppet bodies on his big head, like he sticks his head through the thing. And that's terrible.
Oh God!
The back of his head is like a scary person.
It looks like a PS1 game, like the faces in a PlayStation 1.
Yeah, it's like PlayStation 1 Hagrid, and you can see like he left his hair. He's bald, but he left eyebrows and a mustache on the back of his head.
I just noticed the eyebrows.
Cool. that's hilarious.
So fucked.
What if that was like your grandpa? That'd be what a terrifying grandpa.
That'd be a badass grandpa.
You'd be scared of him, especially as a kid.
That's a pretty detailed Trump there.
Oh,
that's not great.
For life.
But and I just sort of picked up the Twitter thing. That didn't age great.
No.
And also, like, I mean, I'm not a stylist, but so Trump's in black and white, and you got these two bright blue things. That's
I see.
I do like a little color. Like I think. Look, forget that it's a Trump tattoo, and those are Twitter tweeters in blue there. But like, I do like that color. Like
you like the idea of a color accent.
Yeah, I think that blue color looks really good. It's just,
but they should have added color to his face or something there if they're going to do a color.
That's a risk.
I don't want any of what he's got going on.
Yeah, right. It'd be Cheetos.
No, okay. Imagine that it's a cool design. It's a bird that you like, not Trump. Like, if I'm getting the big center part, black and white, I think it's called grayscale in tattoo. Then I probably want everything in grayscale. Like
that's
I wouldn't
what Jordan
want
Mormont had.
Blue on the side. Yeah, that is what Jordan Mormont. I don't want that.
No.
I guess we get the color tattoos instead of the festering skin necrosis.
Yeah, don't
I
get
actually
that.
like this one. I like simple tattoos. I know not everybody does, but there's something clever and inverse about this Heisenberg tattoo to me.
I like that too.
Yeah,
I do like when they play with negatives a little
Yeah.
bit. I've seen some of the tattoos I was describing that are like those trees up the forearm. Like I've seen him do one in the negative and one in the positive. I do like that.
I mean, like we're kind of talking more about the style of it than the actual thing. But like, I would never want someone's face, and I don't think I like any TV show enough to get a tattoo about it, or any movie enough. Like I was even thinking like Lord of the Rings, and it's like, even there, I don't think so. Like
I'm borderline on that one. Like the problem is like I don't think any of them look great that I've seen. Like mostly what I see are the shards of Narsil and the White Tree of Gondor.
I see some Balrog stuff, but it's like, why would you want that on you? He's a bad guy.
Yeah.
You know, you don't want the Witch King or Sauron on there.
I've seen some big fucking Gandalfs on people.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Tree of Gondor, that is a really cool looking thing.
I really like that. That would be really fucking hard as a tattoo artist to do though, like, and not fuck it up, because it's a lot of symmetry, you know?
And for tattoos, doesn't like really, really fine stuff have trouble aging? Like it bleeds?
Yeah, usually. That's why I get more like traditional, simpler stuff, because it's very thick lines, doesn't fade a lot, you know?
I like this last one, actually. Again, the simple ones kind of appeal to me more.
I like the simple.
Yeah, I definitely like that one. You linked the simple one more than the above one with. I mean, first of all, Gandalf in this, he looks sinister.
He looks like a puppet master.
He doesn't look like he's trying to help. I don't remember any of these scenes from the movie.
Oh, look, Bill the pony's there.
You don't remember Gandalf puppeteering a naked chick with a good ass?
No, and then the spinning clock, the eye, and the ghoulish, you know.
This looks like if he watched Lord of the Rings on acid, and he got a tattoo of it. Like,
yeah, it's like, weird. Is that just happen to look like Gandalf?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like this. Is Gandalf at no point he looks evil here. I don't care. And his fingernails are gross.
It could be Dumbledore, and it's just some like gay ritual he does in Harry Potter.
Oh, that one you just linked, Kyle, the tree one.
Yeah,
that's a great one.
That's the sort of thing that I'm considering.
Better than the hula hoop one? Come on.
The hula hoop one's good.
I like that, and I also like I like stuff like this. I'm about to link it, like the arrows down the outside of the forearm.
What is that supposed to mean?
Which part?
Like arrows all bound together. Like what?
I have no
He used to be an adventurer like you.
To me, I mean, I like archery, and like when you're drawing.
Do you love archery? do you absolutely love archery?
Are you ready to make a lifelong commitment to arrows?
And you're gonna have to like make up stories about archery and like. I love. I watch the Olympics every year. I like Sven Schmorgen.
I've done a lot of archery. I plan to do a lot more. And like when you're holding a bow back, like that part of your arm is like exposed outward. So it'd be kind of cool to have an arrow coming down it. You know,
aesthetically, it's cool.
These really, really detailed good tattoos, I do like them, but I feel like at a certain point, they're so good. It's like, I don't know. You know, like it's too good. Yeah, like I don't know. It's just me though.
I do like, Gimli getting his own look here. Yeah. They got him in the Mines of Moria on top of the tomb of Balin, getting ready to fuck up some goblins.
Oh my God. At some point, no matter how good the tattoo is, your physique is going to bring it down like 5 stars.
Oh, wow. I didn't even notice his physique, but you're right.
Look, you can see his ass crack.
Yeah, it's right.
Why is his ass crack so high?
I like that they tattooed around it. Like they're like, I'm gonna have to come up for you.
You know what? Why don't you just cut the whole tattoo off a little higher instead of drawing attention to your man? This is gonna look awful when he.
It looks like Gandalf is looking at the ass crack and complete like the same way he pondered over the Ring of Power when he first found it in Bilbo's house.
It looks like Smeagol is guarding the ass crack in a way.
Yes, or like the ring is about to tumble into it and Smeagol's going after it.
Tumble into his ass.
Dude, the pit where the ring falls into at the end, that's his ass crack. It's metaphor.
Mount Doom.
Yeah.
And then like in keeping with the story, you got some Japanese characters on the left tricep.
Yeah.
Classic Lord of the Rings.
It's just awful.
This is terrible. Awful. Even if this guy was fit as can be, I would hate this.
You gotta be too busy. Fit. You gotta be so fit to have that.
It's ridiculous. And also like look at the side of his love handles and you can see how it kind of just abruptly stops like a portrait. And so looking at him from a side profile is going to look absurd.
Yeah. It looks awful.
See that? Yeah. You guys keep saying you have to be fit. Getting fit's not that hard. I've been fit I've been really fit in my 20s, 30s, and 40s. Staying fit is tricky.
Yeah.
Like being fit all the time. That's the challenge.
Well, and this like you've kind of fucked yourself. Like, how much weight can you lose or gain from this point with a full body piece until it looks bizarre? Like if this guy decides he's going to be like Mr. CrossFit for the next year,
yeah, he needs to lose 40 pounds.
Gandalf's going to look even older.
40?
Yeah.
It depends how tall he is.
I think you might go low. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
I was assuming this guy was short for some reason based on his build, but maybe he's a power lifter.
Can't see the front.
Look at that muffin top.
He looks kind of like I did when I was fat and I put on weight. Like you just kind of gain it all in your upper body in like a bulbous kind of.
Everything about him is smooth.
Yeah.
Taut.
Well, I don't like that.
Tucker.
Yeah. Nubile. Like Tucker.
Nubile.
Yeah, there are some horrible tattoos.
I just want to run my fingernails up the small of that back.
I found a better picture of him.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you got a front?
My files are too powerful. One moment.
Oh, my.
Take a screenshot.
See, I don't want anything as involved as this, of course.
Yeah.
I'm not looking for any lifestyle. I just want a little adornment. That's all. Just oh, goodness.
Oh.
It gives you a little more full picture, I feel like.
I suppose so. He actually looks better here.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, but still, this tattoo is no good.
I suspect those pants were from last year's waistline.
Because
they're pretty much a tourniquet at this point.
All right, we all have many sizes of pants that we go through sometimes. It's part of life, part of being an adult. Is you put on weight quickly and then you lose it slowly and then you gain even more quickly on a constant slope to obesity. And that's called being an adult, Woody.
Thank you. Now I know.
Eating charcuterie meats till your heart hurts.
Heart pain.
That would probably be. You know how you hear about that, like people with really bad diets, especially older people, where it's like, oh, I'm having like heart pain. It's like legit heart pain should be enough to scare the shit out of anyone, right?
Mm-hmm, yeah.
Like that's one of the most important organs.
Yeah, I don't.
You can't.
There was a guy in my universe. I don't want to dox him or anything, but he went to the hospital for heart trouble. But earlier that night, he had posted the magnificent dinner that he had. And it was just like steak and macaroni and cheese and like all the things you could name that might give you heart issues.
Yeah.
And it was like, you know, there's a bit of a cause and an effect here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, very clearly.
For sure.
You know, you want steak.
Man,
yeah.
Steak is good.
I like those. What are those called? Chirons?
Chevrons. I like the chevrons. The problem is they're vaguely military, which I have no interest in being perceived as.
I mean, it looks like your arm would be a boost.
You might get discounts all over.
That's true.
Yeah, and my Starbucks would be a little cheaper, I suppose.
AutoZone.
Get like hoorah somewhere visible, and then also get like Santa somewhere nearby but not visible, and be like, fucking guy got ho ho wrong. Well, you were trying to give me the discount. I'm not going to say no. Sir, you're dressed in Green Beret regalia.
That would be the best thing ever, just to have Santa like right up the sleeve on a short sleeve shirt, and then you're like, actually, you know, pull it up and,
do it totally like Green Beret jacket with a navy white cap on.
Yeah.
Fuck it up.
Doesn't help your case at all because he's also pretending to be in the military.
I thought of some movie tattoos as well, like movies that I actually like, but I don't know.
Which one's up in your head? It's like, I love that so much I would get a tattoo, because that would be hard. You also love 100 different movies. Yeah,
you gotta go super nerdy.
How about Star Trek? You like Star Trek a lot.
I was about to say, so like the nerdy shit that I wouldn't get but I would consider is stuff like the Death Eater tattoo from Harry Potter. It's like this snake wrapped around a skull. If you just search Death Eater tattoo, you'll see it. It's on the forearm. And maybe like the fucking Klingon insignia, which is like a 3-pointed barbed sort of star with a circle around it.
I like the Harry Potter one, the Death Eater or whatever.
Yeah, the Death Eater thing does.
Yeah, that looks pretty cool. It looks like pretty good. It's a bad guy tattoo, though.
That might be the one you're talking about.
Yeah, that's
pretty much exactly that. Yeah, the dark mark tattoo. You know, that's what they would touch to, like, you know,
become evil.
No.
I like the small subtle tattoos where they use like 7 lines to. You hate that, Kyle. Everyone hates that but me. Oh, maybe I misread your body language. Small, subtle let me see if I think they're called like minimalistic tattoos.
Minimalistic, yeah.
Those are negative ones, kind of.
I'm going to get you an example.
I mean, as far as probably price and discomfort, minimalism is probably the way to go with tattoos.
The thing is, like so many things that fit my sense of style, I think it's a girl thing.
Maybe a health bar, like a Mortal Kombat HP bar. If they could do the ink so that it slowly ran out every time. That'd also be cool with an hourglass. Now, if there was ink that did that, if you could get an hourglass and start with it like half full of sand, but over time it would change. That'd be sick.
So that's a Harry Potter tattoo done in a minimalist style.
Yeah, that's almost like prison style, where they just use like one needle, one pass. I like that too. It's but you get like a lot of them, you know, like in conjunction. I think they look really good.
This shit appeals to me, but I feel like just like when I walk into the women's fucking sneaker section and think I've hit gold because every one of them is better than the next. I'm like, oh, I'm liking girl things again.
He just likes the way Woody just likes the way heels make his thighs look. That's all that is.
Yeah, this makes it look tremendous. Like, I mean, the mountain one's kind of cool.
I do like the mountain thing.
You'll notice it's on a girl, though, I think.
Or just a weak man.
Could be.
Okay, this is interesting.
There's like a smile frown thing going on there. But again, the bracelet.
I don't like that one.
You know, I don't like that one enough to get, but I guess I think it's clever. And that's why I showed it. There's a paragliding one.
I think I want something like bottom of the forearm or like side of the forearm. Not so much like the whole back of my arm, so there's just always visible.
If I took that and made it even more simple, you know, like
the fuck is it?
It's a paramotor. I was wondering what the top of that thing was because I couldn't tell there were strings between. I thought
it was some sort of a weird leech like creature attacking some sort of pod creature with Japanese letters underneath. I thought
someone was sledding.
You think it need? Oh, okay. Because I thought the lack of strings made it like, I don't know, nicer, more clever.
I don't think most people would get it because like it's a Kyle and I both know you do that, and we didn't pick it up right away.
Yeah, I didn't get it either.
And there looks like a decent amount of detail in the.
It looks. I
want to take
really
that
clean.
and simplify it. I'm probably not going to do anything. I'm full of shit. But you take that and simplify it, and that's what I'd be going for. I'm looking for.
If I get a tattoo,
do you wear a wedding ring?
Me? No, I have for long periods of time. I stopped wearing it when I moved here because I was just fucking with farm equipment almost every day.
It's super dangerous. Like I think we've looked before, like the injuries that can come from wedding rings. Everything from them being grounded out during welding and melt to your bone, to degloving your entire finger if they get caught on something. It's a huge danger thing if you're working with stuff like that. So I was gonna say maybe
the tattoo
a wedding ring tattoo.
I've thought of that too. I forget who it was in my life, but I was like, wedding ring tattoo. I somehow brought it up. Oh, it was the army guys. I have like army friends, and to them, that is like the biggest cliche, stupidest, straight out of boot tattoo that they've ever seen. I guess it was just like, oh, my friend thinks this is the dumbest.
Yeah, those are guys who get cheated on by their wives for a living.
Oh,
it's a rampant problem in that demo, right?
Oh, who could imagine that leaving your wife home alone with plenty of disposable income for 6 to 8 months at a time would cause any infidelity to occur?
Just surrounded by hot 21-year-olds preying on
out of left field.
So what's your wife doing while you're over here in the desert? Oh, she's back at base with all the like 19 to 22-year-old new recruits running track.
She's getting absolutely piped.
Jesus Christ. You're not wrong. It just sounds mean.
I know. That's the crudest way you can say something.
Yeah, you nailed it. You hit the bullseye.
We've got a lot of military guys in the that watch us, and a lot of them in the Patreon. Like whenever we're doing our $50 hangouts, there's always like some rivalry. It's like some guys from like the national, one guy's from the cavalry, and one guy's in like a Marine, and they've got some sort of a fucking like rivalry going on. Of course, and I remember I said to the cavalry guy, I'm like, "Aren't you in the cavalry because you couldn't make it in the Marines?" And he's like, "Well, yes, but
but you got to know
what you have to understand is now that I am in the cavalry, I have a lot of regrets, and I don't appreciate your comment."
I didn't even know we still had cavalry.
Right?
It's air cav. You know,
I know. I know he's not riding horses.
Do we have any horses? I suspect there's some horses left, right? Even ceremonial horses.
You would
Probably
think there's some ceremonial horses.
We have a band. We have people that like. I'm gonna get hated on for this.
Oh,
but that thing where they take the rifles and do the synchronized dancing is the stupidest fucking thing in the world. And I see him like, oh, we're just trying to show respect for the secretary of fucking North Korea or whatever. And I'm like, with synchronized dancing? You guys can't see the lunacy in this? Why are we synchronized dancing? This is because
you got to synchronize your gun throws even better than the other army. Like, have you ever seen the Pakistan-India border where at the end of every day, I think it is, they both do like that New Zealand, like haka, like where they're yelling at each other, and the Pakistanis, they flip that fucker up, and they're, oh, got it, spinning it. Indian guy flips it even higher, dares him to throw it, like, and it's, they're going bananas. Yeah, look up like India-Pakistan border, like their little challenges.
Really cool. We've looked at it before.
Yeah, they're aggressive.
It's intimidating, and they pick only their biggest, burliest, bearded guys. Like, you can't get on there if you can't grow a real beard. Like, they've got these ridiculous handlebar mustaches all waxed and fucking twisted up. Like
if they went to actual war, like India or Pakistan, they'd be like, don't send those guys. Those guys are like our models. Like, they don't even know how to shoot. They're spinny guys. They spin and they lift weights. You know, they're meant to
twirl their mustaches. Yeah,
and twirl their mustache.
No, I'm with you, Woody. I don't understand it. It seems like a massive waste of time. Like I don't understand why they're not like I would get it if like they replaced that with like a ropes course, like an obstacle course or something like that.
They did some
like
impressive CrossFit thing. Like that would be pretty neat. If some guy busted out 31 pull-ups, I'd be like, Jesus fuck, 31 pull-ups is hard.
Like in gear and everything.
Yeah.
Like
it'd be such a thing. But like, look, I've seen synchronized dancing, and the rifle version of synchronized dancing is really kind of weak sauce. Like it's not
super weak sauce. I don't get it. I don't understand why they're because here's the thing. Why are they have a limited amount of time to like learn a very important set of skills, right? Like they have one or two jobs they do, and it's mostly about protecting the country. That sort of blanket covers everything they're supposed to be doing. And I just cannot imagine any scenario in which synchronized dancing is going to protect us from fuck all.
It'll distract our opponents. Why are they dancing? They should
I get the band. I honestly get the band.
Sure.
That makes sense to me. We have a guy again, the $50 patron, who's like, he got paid a ton of money to join one of the armed forces and play in the band. And someone was like, well, what happens in a war? He's like, I am the last person they come to. I'm getting paid $90,000 a year to play my fucking instrument. Like they compete against like the Marine Corps band and win and shit like that. Like they do competitions with that.
The Marine Corps band, honestly, the toughest band in the army.
Or the Navy band or the Air Force band or the fucking Space Force band or whoever the fuck. But like the synchronized fucking rifle twirling nonsense is silly as hell to me. I don't see how they can justify spending any amount of time getting good at that when that time could have been devoted to like getting in better shape, learning to like shoot better, learning like some sort of like new piece of technology, that's being like, you know, like why don't they train these guys on drone surveillance or like how to use some new scope or some new laser designator thing? Like it seems like that time could be better applied elsewhere.
Yeah.
Well, it couldn't be more poorly applied.
It couldn't be more poorly applied. Like I just wish instead of like Marine Corps like trumpet songs, they just go ahead and drop all the pretense and play some fucking NSYNC and get it over with. Like
they should play jock jams, like get everybody really amped before you go to war. You know, pump up the jam, pump it up. You know, everybody remember jock jams. Yeah. Oh man. Oh, 7-year-old, 8-year-old Taylor about to jump into the hockey rink, roller hockey rink, blasting jock jams on my Discman. Oh,
this is where we get messages. Actually,
that was Jock Jams 2 you're thinking of. No, it's not. It was Jock Jams 1 because it came out the same time as Kids Bop 6. Probably. I don't know.
But look, you know, twirl your rifles all you want, because I'm not gonna fucking twirl a rifle with you. I'm not allowed.
Do you guys know that song Coco, the rap song? It was a meme like several years ago. I'm in love with the Coco. You ever heard of it? Yeah. They made that a Kids Bop song actually, and the song's about cocaine.
Yeah.
And they changed it to chocolate milk. I'm in love with the Coco. Kids Bop is wild.
Really what are they on now? Kids Bop, newest Kids.
Oh,
Bop.
they probably covered Wet Ass Pussy about giving your cat a bath or something. But, you know,
I like the concept.
How to properly bathe your daughter.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
Oh man, well, Kids Bop 40 came out in 2019. Really? Yeah, Kids Bop 40, 2000.
Oh man.
19, so we're probably on 41, 42.
Rub-a-dub-dub with some wet ass pussy. And you got a 3-year-old.
Let me see if they have.
I don't think that'll work.
No.
Wet ass pussy Kids Bop.
That doesn't exist, I promise.
I have been motorcycle crazy lately. I'm not even riding it. I just wish I was. I went into the stable and I'm like, I'm going to fix my motorcycle. I hadn't ridden it in too long, so it needed like the battery. All it needed was a new battery. That was it. So I dropped the new battery in, and like, I think new batteries often come flat. So I put the battery tender on it and I give a little time and I start it. But I had to jump it off a lawnmower. Cool. Everything's going great. I run it for like 15 minutes. Now, in off-roading and in cars, sometimes if the battery's flat, you might leave the two alternators connected. Like you run the donor car, and it will help charge the battery. And apparently, in like motorcycles, ATVs, jet skis, and like that class of things, that is a very stupid idea. So I run the motorcycle, and everything's going great. I run it for like 15 minutes and I rev it up and it sounds good and everything is cool. After 15 minutes, I turn it off and I'm going to see if it restarts, just see if the battery has enough charge now, maybe take her for a spin. It doesn't restart. It turns over. It sounds like the battery's strong. Everything is cool, but it's just not starting. And I play with that for a while. I charge it overnight. I Google. I'm not making any progress. I get a real mechanic to come over and he does what I would have never done. He turns the key, and it's what he doesn't hear. He's like, I don't hear the fuel pump running. This is a problem. I would have never known to not hear that properly. Anyway, I fried the computer. It turns out that the lawnmower's alternator, which is powerful, sent too much power to a motorcycle. And you want to charge motorcycle, jet ski, ATV, whatever, off a flat battery, just the battery and not run it at the same time. So now I think I'm in this for like a 4-digit repair and then I will have my motorcycle back hopefully next week. But it does suck, but in the meantime, I'm just consuming tons of YouTube motorcycle content.
It's great weather to ride.
It is great.
Weather's great. Woody, they make these. I had to buy one for my car because I do a lot of wilderness hiking in the summer, and I didn't want something to run the battery dead and me be stuck out there. It's like this little
battery tender.
Yeah, it's like a little jumper. It's like a portable jumper. You charge it up prematurely. You carry it with you. It holds the charge for years. You can self jump yourself if you're. I think they probably make one for a motorcycle too. That's safe.
Yeah, they make a cool one. It's a capacitor. So basically, if your battery's dead, it will still have enough energy in it, just too slow, and it will charge the capacitor. So you hook up the capacitor to a dead battery for like 15 minutes, and then it will it'll start your motorcycle or car or whatever. They make a bunch of cool things. I had my motorcycle on a battery tender, but I had swapped out the battery for a LiPo battery, which is really nice. It's lighter, and the battery's up high between your knees on a BMW, and it's just a nice place to reduce weight because it's up high. And it turns out LiPo batteries don't do well on battery tenders, and I had to put in an AGM. Anyway, it sucks, but this is a problem that money can solve. It's not one of life's big problems. And next week I'll have my motorcycle back and we'll go ride.
Sweet.
Yeah.
But I can't wait.
I'm still waiting to get my basement fixed. So that should be happening this upcoming week. People coming finally to get construction started, repairing my walls and my ceiling and putting new flooring in and everything.
I hope Missouri carpenters are good.
I had a pipe burst, BlameTruth, in my basement, and it caused quite a bit of damage in the finished area of my basement.
Man, I've something like that happened with my bathroom. I had a water heater leak, and it got into the floor and caused some. Basically, I didn't know what was happening, and it leaked into the bathroom floor, but like underneath, the actual flooring. Yeah. So now there's like this unevenness from the water damage, and it constantly feels like I'm going to fall through the floor, but I still haven't got it fixed, and it's been like 2 years. So,
I mean, you will eventually fall through the floor, right?
Yeah, but that's gonna be fun, I think. So
you just got to stay thin.
Exactly. If I fall through, I know I've
to
gained
keep
too
your
much
body
weight.
fat low.
Yeah, exactly. Got to
Like
stay under the target weight.
And that would be, second floor, right? You wouldn't be falling into the crawl space under your house.
I have a basement, but I actually did the math. I think the bathroom is over the unfinished part. It's like one of those half basements that's half dirt, half finished. I think it's just over dirt. So I'm just going to fall on some dirt like 10 inches under. It's fine. Yeah.
Oh, that's not even a fall.
Yeah, I'll just wait till the hole appears and then I'll get it fixed. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you've shown before, I think like a few times ago when you came on, you showed a photo of like what your room looked like in the olden days Where you're like, yeah, and I would bring chicks here to try and fuck, and it's like there's just an infinite number of empty 2 liters and
I was thinking about that the other day. I legitimately don't know how I still got laid because women would have to jump over trash to get onto this bed with no sheets on it. It was just a man.
You know why? Burned into my head. Wings of Redemption would proudly say he plays every game on its hardest mode. That's how BlameTruth plays sex, right? Like he's playing this on veteran mode. He can only get laid with the smoothest of lines as they step over trash.
I think there's some weird thing with it. Like when you don't give a fuck that much, it's in a weird way, it's like attractive, you know, like this guy doesn't care that he's a filthy slob, you know? When girls come over actually, and they have to use the bathroom, I'm like, hey, my bathroom's pretty fucked up, water damage, you know, like you're going to fall through the floor, possibility. And they're like, okay, yeah. And they're like, it's not that bad.
Women like a dangerous bad boy.
Yeah,
sure. Let's just say, baby, you're not the only thing in this house that's extremely wet. My floorboards tenuous. A lot of water soaked through. Yeah,
it is bad. Yeah, I've cleaned up though. I've cleaned up. Yeah,
you showed the new one, and it's infinitely better. Who knew you had that much space in there for walking around?
It's crazy because I'm not necessarily a messy person. Only when I actually start to dislike the mess when it becomes a hassle. Like when I have to jump, I do a fucking vertical leap to get into the bed, or when I'm tripping over like dog shit in the floor. That's when I'm like, okay, we got to clean this up. You know, the dishes start smelling like a dead body. I'm like, okay, now it's time. So I'm not traditionally messy. I will clean it. I've seen worse on like neckbeard nests, that subreddit, if you guys know what that is.
Jesus. I don't know if we may have looked at that, but like, I mean, waiting until the food on your plates stink.
I don't do that. No, I don't do that. Yeah. No, I just have like empty cans next to me, you know, maybe a dirty fork or something, but nothing too crazy.
You said it was called, neckbeard nests.
Neckbeard nests. It makes me feel better about my sometimes, I guess.
Oh my God. This guy's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, it appears to be empty 12 packs of Pabst Blue Ribbon.
Yep.
All over.
The monitors too. It's covered. Yeah. Is that, I can't tell, is that Pabst Blue Ribbon? On the table? Okay.
Oh, those are probably PB. Oh my God, 10 all time. That's the most beer cans I've ever. This is just a bunch of alcoholics, isn't it?
If you go to all time, it is scary.
That's what I'm at. 10 all time. Yeah. Been on it says at the title. Been on a 6-month binge, sobered up, and this is my drinking room. Whoa. Damn, that's sad.
Let's see here.
How can you tell it number 10? Oh, I found it.
Yeah.
There's one. I'm not sure if it's going to pop up in the top, but there's one where there is a literal syringe on a bed with no sheet, and the bed, it has like a hole in it, and it appears burnt. The bed appears burnt. Hopefully I can find that one because that one's fucking doozy.
Yeah, I'm looking. It's this guy, at least it's a bunch of waters.
Yeah, that's
like
healthy.
You're just really wasteful, and
it gets sad when they describe it as a depression nest.
Oh,
like it makes me see it through a different lens. Like, oh,
for sure. Like especially the ones with booze all over the place. It's like no one drinking that much is happy. Like someone drinking that much is incredibly depressed.
Oh yeah, for sure. My God, I'm seeing some of these where like mine was never that bad. In my defense, like what is it? The 6-month binge post, like that. Mine wasn't that bad.
Was yours ever like depression related? You think that you were in a bad space?
Maybe. I think it was more so that period of time where I got really fat. It was more so than depression. There were bouts of that, but that was caused by me getting so fat, I think, and not I think the other way around.
Could not be in a good space mentally be the root cause of the weight gain?
No, I was trying to gain weight primarily.
Well done, then.
Yeah, I was seeing how fat I could get and how much beer I could drink, and the depression was a bonus on top of that. That was a freebie.
But you were trying to see how fat you could get and how much beer you could drink?
Yeah, I do weird things. I get into things really hardcore, and it's weird things. It's not like right now. I'm into like cryptocurrency, so I've gone down the rabbit hole. I'm trying to, I'm investing and trying to make some bank this year. 2 years ago, I was trying to get as fat as possible.
But why?
I just get bored. I don't know. I just do challenges, like personal challenges. Yeah. Last year, I was really trying to get in good shape, lose the weight, get muscles, get nice and lean. So I'm just all over the place.
Well, when you were drinking as much beer as you could, you were into probably like sampling and trying a bunch of different ones, and because that was your obsession at the time.
Oh yeah. Oh, I was into so much beer. I mean, I had an entire beer fridge put in my kitchen, actually, just dedicated just to beer. It was probably packed with like 50 at a time.
That's so many. And
then you get into that pack rat mentality of like, do I have enough beer? You know what I mean? Because what if I get so drunk I can't go get more? So.
Or also, you're probably like, oh, I got 60 beers at home, but this artisan beer, I just have to try. This will be so different than on the beers I have at home.
Exactly.
It's probably for the best that I'm not allowed to drink alcohol. Because I could totally see myself like trying to become a mixologist over here or something like that, and buying a bunch of fancy gins and tequilas and stuff and making mixed drinks and just becoming a full-blown alcoholic.
No, you'd have fun with it. Like, that'd be a fun hobby for you to have, like, when we do, like, the PKA thing. With
hobbies, Taylor. Have you not noticed?
Okay,
all or nothing.
You get obsessive with hobby. You know what? You're right. It's for the best that you're not a mixologist.
It's all. There's no way I'd be like, what was that thing from Rick and Morty where he's like, you drink? He's like, yeah, like cool drinking, sexy drinking, not the trailer park insanity. Like that. That's where I take it. I take it to like sort of trailer park levels of insanity. Just
you think you'd start off with like a really nice bar, and it's like, I'm gonna make myself a top shelf Manhattan, and like 3 days later, just bottle on the coffee table.
Yeah, just like yeah, I bet some bourbon would be good in this coffee. Well, let's just do 2 shots of bourbon every cup. 8 cups a day. Oh no, what have I done?
You know what? This coffee is a waste of space. Just put booze in there.
Kyle and I have that in common, where if we get into something, because I know I pretty much figured that from you talking about Rust or whatever. If you get into something, you get fucking into it and you don't stop. So like beer, liquor, if you start collecting it, you know what I mean, and you start drinking your collection, it's not like an addictive personality thing. It's like more like an obsessive thing. Like you just get really into it and you keep fucking doing it. And
I get really obsessive about all sorts of things. Like I don't like to dabble in things.
Yeah,
like, I'm not. That's not my style. Like right now I'm kind of into poker, right? So
that's all you do.
I don't want to say when, but my probation officer said that I could go on a poker trip. I'm telling Woody and Taylor, don't reveal when I'm going on a poker trip. But like he's I'm going to the casino to play some fucking poker, and I've been playing like almost every single night. And in my free time, I'm like reading poker books and watching poker videos, and I can't dabble in poker.
Yeah,
it doesn't work that way for me.
Yeah, and when Total War Warhammer 3 comes out, it'll be nice because then you'll get really obsessed with that again.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm worried about the Magic the Gathering cards for Lord of the Rings and Warhammer 40K, because those are 2 properties that I really like a lot. Like I've read those 40K novels. Obviously,
just jump in. The water's warm. It feels good.
I want that Vermintide 40K thing. What's it called? I have the name close.
Warhammer 40K. Oh wait, no, you're talking about the new Vermintide.
The good game that will come out, not the one you play.
Yeah.
What? Can you say it again? I talked to
Dark Tide.
Dark. If 40K is in the name, am I crazy? No,
I don't know.
Maybe
40K.
It's called Dark Tide. Vermintide, Dark Tide. Well, they probably wouldn't say it twice.
You guys showed the trailer, I think, last time I was on. Actually, we were talking about this.
Or after. Yeah. So
it'd be a fun game too.
Yeah, I will enjoy that more than Warhammer Total War 3, honestly, because the rinse and repeat and the team aspect of it are really appealing to me. Like, I really like getting in there with guys who are good at it and grinding levels and grinding characters and, you know, unlocking new abilities, playing that like dice roll of a game where like you're always trying to get better amulets and swords and daggers and such. And it's so hard to get the like maxed out power items. It's very time consuming and it's fun. I'll play the shit out of that when it comes out for sure.
Yeah,
like,
me too.
I want this game.
Yeah, same.
I'm showing it to people now.
It'll be a good streaming game.
It looks fucking cool. It's coming from a great studio, the Fat Shark people. We all liked Vermintide a ton. Everything points toward it being a great fucking game. I hope it's popular too. I hope it's popular on Twitch. I hope it's popular you know, everywhere. I hope people like it.
Do you think you'll bounce back, start streaming again on Twitch anytime soon, BlameTruth, or are you kind of solid on YouTube for now?
I've thought about it, but my plan is to probably ride out the year just shitting on Call of Duty every now and then, getting some sponsorship money. I've invested a lot in crypto, and with the way it's going, by this time next year, if we're still in like a bull market and it's bull running, I can probably just kind of retire at that point, and then I might just do Twitch like once a month as a fun thing. I don't know. We'll see. That's wishful thinking, but I don't like it's like Kyle said, I don't dabble. I wake up and I'm like, I'm gonna do this, and then I fucking do it. And I might decide to get fat again. Who knows? I might become a really in shape fat boxer. I don't know. We'll see.
Just go on permanent bulk mode.
Butterbean.
Trust me, no drawbacks.
Cheez-Its were on sale. It was like 2 for $4. Like 2 things for $4.
What was that word?
So
Jesus?
Cheez-Its, yeah.
Cheez-Its.
Yeah.
Oh, that is Taylor likes those.
Yeah, I thought of Taylor because I was like, I'm stocking up on. I bought like 12 boxes because I was like, this is a deal. This is a good deal.
You're
you
pretty
lose
much
money.
making
losing money.
Yeah, you don't want to. And like the problem with snacks like Cheez-Its and Goldfish is they're essentially free. It's like you can get pounds of them for like $3. Like getting it like a little chicken cutlet is the same cost as 2 full pounds of Cheez-Its. And you can eat Cheez-Its for, you know, you can eat a 2-pound box of Cheez-Its over the course of like 20-25 minutes and enjoy it the whole time.
You know what might be like a little in-between thing for you is you can crush the Cheez-Its, take your chicken breast, leg wash, and then roll it in the Cheez-It powder.
Already done that.
And then like air fry it, and you've got like Cheez-It chicken.
Yeah, I've already done that. It's delicious. Do it.
I'll do the extra toasty kind. I like that.
It is hard to eat for 25 minutes and still have a calorie deficit. Like I haven't really figured that out. There are good foods where you can still have a calorie deficit. There, like you can even fill up maybe, but I can't. Like the UFC fight was my first calorie surplus in a couple of months, and how do you eat for just like what do you nibble on that doesn't add up?
So I think I brought this up, and I don't think you like them this way, but sunflower seeds in the shell, you can honestly
because it slows you down,
and just get either like the original kind or like I think the kind that like has ranch powder on it. It's really good ranch flavoring, and it's just an enormous amount of salt, and like the entire container is 400 calories of all the shells and everything. And you will not, if you started that at the beginning of like the UFC fight, you would maybe be halfway through by the end. Like you'd eat the entire time, and
that's actually genius because you spend more time almost getting the food out, and then it's so salty you're drinking.
Can you do the thing where you put like a handful in your cheek and then one by one split it, spit it?
Yep. Yeah, that's what I do. And it's like, and you before you eat the entire bag, you will get so much salt in your mouth that like your tongue is raw. Like you'll have to stop from like the war of attrition that the salt is waging on your on your tongue, the sides of your mouth. Yeah. Like if you eat way too many Lays, you know what I mean? Like
maybe I'll try that. Baby carrots are good too. That I think they're just regular carrots. They shave into baby sizes, but they're not bad for. Like, you can eat. Kyle, you're muted. You can eat a lot of baby carrots, and they don't really add up too much.
Yeah, it's actually the ugly carrots. It's the ones that they couldn't like throw out there to like be a whole carrot, and so they shaved them down to those baby carrots.
Yeah, they wanted to be a carrot.
They wanted to be a carrot, but they didn't get the cut.
They were that character from Goonies.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. The
baby carrots are fucking awful, though.
Really? You don't like them?
I despise the flavor of baby carrots. There's nothing you can dip a baby carrot in that'll make it appealing to me.
It's just a slightly sweeter carrot.
Have you tried cooking
big
them?
carrots too. If they're cooked, they're good because they caramelize a little bit. Yeah, I get like in soup or something like that. I want some carrots in there. But like the idea of like getting a big bag of baby carrots out and be like, it's game night.
That is a depressing thought. But like, it lets you munch at least.
I'd rather not munch, honestly. Or maybe like these Jellos that are 5 calories each. Like you can eat 10 of them.
See, you gotta be careful with sugar-free stuff though, because you will get the liquid shits. I know from experience.
I have those, Kyle, and mine are 10 calories, but let's call them in the same family. And you have 2, and you're like, I didn't actually have anything. It felt like, I don't know. It's like if you offer me a shot of water. Like, what are you hungry? Here's a shot of water. Like, well,
yeah.
After a serving,
you can't
is
fool me. I ate. I didn't eat. You can't fool me. This isn't a trick. I'm saying everything backwards, but I'm trying to say if I have a Jello afterwards, I'm just right where I started.
Yeah, a serving is 4 of them.
Amnesia. Like you just don't. It's like walking by a restaurant.
They're $1. I think I paid more. Mine are actually.
So like at the grocery store, they have the Jello is like the name brand one, right? Obviously. Yeah. And these are juicy gels. They're like the B team, but the C team doesn't even come in a 4-pack. They take a piece of cardboard, they put a dozen Jello packs on it, and then they wrap it all in cellophane, and they sell the whole thing for $2.
Damn. No, I got some sort of like Jello value pack, sugar-free.
Yeah, you can get that white trash shit that you wouldn't want to show up with on the playground for fear of getting mocked.
Yeah.
What were some of the things that would get you made fun of in elementary school if you didn't have the real brand? Like if you show up with like a fucking like Sam's Club cola.
Yeah, dude. No, Dr. Thunder, the off-brand Dr. Pepper.
That Walmart Dr. Pepper.
Walmart brand, anything like Walmart shoes instead of like Nikes.
You show up with the Shaquille O'Neal shoes, those Walmart shoes.
Did Shaquille O'Neal have Walmart shoes?
Yeah. And he's very proud of them. Like I saw a post of him like a couple days ago. He's like, you make fun of my shoes all you want. I've sold 120 million pairs of these things to underprivileged kids. And it's like, because they're priced low. Jordans are like $200 or something.
That's a great idea for. I didn't know Shaq did that.
Yeah, that's kind of neat. Like, look, I made people can afford my shoes. Tease all you want. Like,
people don't get shot over Shaqs.
That's true.
I didn't know Shaqs were cheap.
Yeah, they sell them at Walmart.
I'm trying to think of brands or stuff you would get made fun of for in grade school. You'd get made fun of for stupid shit in grade school. Like if someone else got like an awesome dessert and your mom didn't pack you dessert, like you'd get like, they'd be like, oh, hi, you're a loser. Oh, if your mom ever wrote like a nice note to you in your lunch bag, or was like, I love you or something. You're like, look
at this kid. His mom loves him.
No.
My mom my mom had this terrible habit of writing my full fucking name on everything that would go. I think she thought I was going to get mugged or something every day and they were going to steal my shit and they were going to sell it in the black market. But yeah, she had this awful habit of fucking writing my name on everything. I never got made fun of for it, but I would just scribble it out or like draw like a dick over it or something, just because I thought it was lame. I don't know.
I always had stuff. Like, I never had like the bargain bin stuff. Like my parents are always good about that. My mom knew, she taught school, so she knew how it could be. So like I was always getting like nice clothes and stuff, and like for snacks, like they just send me to school with $2 worth of change, so I could have my Funyuns and Mountain Dew or whatever.
Yeah,
in kindergarten, what I did have that was super cool. Let me find this. Here it is. I had this exact lunchbox, and everybody in kindergarten was like, "What? No way!"
Oh shit!
That's
cool. That was the coolest thing I had in kindergarten and first grade. Was that
brown paper bag for you?
No. And I would never, I never lost it because it was so cool.
For those who can't see it, it looks like a guppy with like the big fucking mouth, and the mouth unzips. It has eyes.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got big old eyes. You can fit, almost enough food for an 8-year-old in there. It's more about the aesthetic than it is anything else.
That is the coolest lunchbox I've ever seen. Everybody at my table kind of either had those just those generic like ones that would keep your shit cold, like those kind of portable cooler types, or they'd have some really fucking badass like tin one with like a cool design on it and shit.
I'm trying to find this. It's a shirt, an insect shirt where you could take the bugs off and put them back on like a little button. I'm trying to find it.
I'm trying to find my lunchbox, but it doesn't exist. It wasn't one of the standard ones that like have comic books on them and shit. It was this big heavy plastic thing with a handle that kept everything like ice cold.
Yeah, that's kind of the one I had. It was like a portable little freezer or cooler type thing.
Yeah, I liked it a lot because mom would like pack a soda in there and it would still be cold. And the soda would like keep my like turkey sandwich cold too. Of course, back then I ate bologna.
I don't even know how to find this. I'm just going to find something else for Woody to show. So like my really cool outfit that I wore to my first day of kindergarten. There's a picture of me I need to find. I think it's at it might be my basement now, probably at my grandparents' house. I'm standing there, my goofy ass first day of kindergarten. I got my fish lunchbox and I'm wearing like what I think is the coolest shirt ever. I got my Harry Potter glasses on, perfectly round frames, Harry Potter glasses, hair, widow's peak all over the place. And my shirt, it was like types of insects because I was really into bugs at the time. And it was like a dozen different toy bugs buttoned onto my shirt, like because the shirt had buttons on it. And so like it'd be a cricket that just snapped into your shirt. So there's a bunch of like effectively toys dangling off the front of your shirt and you like pop them off. And damn, I felt so fly walking into my first day with my fish lunchbox and my removable insect shirt. It was great. It was great. I got in trouble on my first day of kindergarten for saying penis, which apparently was a no-no word. She took me out in the hallway. She said, don't say that anymore, Taylor. And I said, what, penis? And she said, yes, don't say that anymore. And then that's also that it was either that day or early that week that's when I did the Big Boys Do What They Want, where I went to the bathroom alone and I pissed all over the stall, all over the toilet, all over the sink, all over everything. And I just kept thinking like, you can't tell me what to do. Big boys do what they want. And kindergarten, really eventful.
That is that sounds like the most you thing you could ever do, is just being told not to say penis and then pissing everywhere all over the bathroom.
I don't do that anymore. I stopped that around middle school.
I stopped that around last year. Yeah.
Woody will be back in a minute, but like I just put a picture in there. This is one of those examples of like one kid's parents not like fucking being with it. So this is for the school play. We're doing Beauty and the Beast.
Oh.
Yeah. And from left to right, you've got I won't use the real names, but the girl in the gold dress is obviously Belle. She was the most popular, prettiest girl in elementary school.
Yeah.
And then one over is a less popular and pretty girl, and she's just wearing a pink dress. I don't know who the fuck she's supposed to be. On the far end is me. I am Lumiere, the candlestick, and that's my buddy there. He's Clocksworth, or what Codsworth, I think.
Yeah.
He's the clock. And then there's Tigger. Inexplicably.
What did they think he was supposed to be?
Like, clearly we're doing Beauty and the Beast.
Yeah. And he's just got Tigger.
And this kid's parents sent her to school as Tigger. And it's like, we're doing a play. This isn't just Halloween. This is a play that we practiced for.
To parents, I feel like everything that a kid likes is all combined into one thing. Like, did your guys' moms ever come in or dads ever come into your room while you're playing like PlayStation, and they'll say like, cut off the Nintendo? Like, everything is the Nintendo.
Yeah. Quit playing Pokemons.
Yeah.
Or Pokemon.
So it's basically that, like, Beauty and the Beast, huh? Like, here you go, and it's Tigger.
Yeah.
So
now the poor producer of that children's play, now we got to write Tigger into the second act. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Tiger doesn't belong there.
I would love to. It sounds like an Always Sunny plot or something. Like,
which one are you, Kyle?
Dog baby.
What's that, Woody?
Are you in this?
Yeah. I am Lumiere, the candlestick on the end.
I could tell immediately which one you were.
Yeah, same.
Took me a second to make it right size, flip it around, etc., etc.
I don't know how to flip it, so I'm looking like this.
Yeah, I was looking kind of turned.
Yeah,
I didn't even notice how badly the Tigger costume was out of place. I thought you were going to be insulting the guy in the box with the cloth. But then it's like, no, at least he's on the same page.
At least he's, if he fits the theme, and it's hard to do a clock, right? Like I think it's pretty good. I think it's good.
Yeah, that's the best you could hope for. It's like
this is like third grade, I think.
Being the tiger from Winnie the Pooh, not helpful.
Yeah, I think we're like 7 to 9 years old here, probably 8.
It's not bad.
I need to find more ridiculous photos of me as a kid to share on the show. That'd be funny.
Make the whole show just every guest shares ridiculous photos.
Just a walk down memory lane for everyone.
Yep.
Everyone accidentally showing pictures with addresses and personal information in the back.
Years ago, I was like, I think I was like 15. I took that picture of me in tidy whities flexing, and I like hadn't even hit puberty yet. I think that I should just use that as my before picture. Do the same one with the same blacked out like midsection.
Man, he got so much taller. Doing his leg lengthenings. by 10. Oh, there's little you.
What is that? What is that hat?
Is it a Henry Lever action little thing?
I have no idea what that hat is, man.
It's a hunter's hat, right? It's orange, safety orange on purpose, right?
Maybe.
You look like a skipper.
You're.
I look like Gilligan.
I was gonna go with Gilligan. Yeah, you're a hunter-ready Gilligan. That's it. You look good, Kyle.
Hunter.
Yeah. Cute little fucker. Shame what.
Cute little fucker.
Turned out.
That's my fucking Gilligan hat. I've got bunches of them on here of me with that fucking Red Ryder BB gun.
Is that what that is? That looks like a shotgun next to you.
Yeah, it's a Red Ryder. Well, I'm either 3 or 4 there.
Well, I'm 3, so
it looks huge.
It's pretty
How thick that barrel is. He can't get his fingers around it.
I'm 2 feet long, Bear.
I'm 2 look at the doorknob. Right there. It's like one of those 4chan pictures where they draw, geometry to show how short Kyle was at 3.
We should do that.
Wow. Kyle was a fucking manlet in 1992.
Yeah, that's like 1989.
Yeah, I wasn't even around yet.
I was way taller than both of you.
Fair enough.
Yeah, you won by default.
I'd have kicked your ass.
Well, you were armed. I wasn't, so you got that going for you.
I've only had 1 shot. Yeah, I was dangerous with that fucking Red Ryder. That was my favorite toy.
What was the most you ever got in trouble with it?
Oh yeah, Dad was working under the hood of the truck once, and I just shot the side window out while he was working on it for no reason. Just shot the passenger side. Huh?
You were a kid. That's the reason. Just curious.
I just complimented his gun safety. I take it back now.
Irresponsible. What kind of 3-year-old shoots recklessly like that?
I don't know. It doesn't make any sense.
I remember I got flipped off the back of a 4-wheeler when I was like 4 by my 2-year-old younger brother because like they just left. I was in like some seat on the back and my grandpa was going to have him sit in front of him. And like, how, you sit on the 4-wheeler. So like they had like one seat on the back that I was strapped into. And then my younger brother was just going to sit in his lap on the front. And he got up to like grab a drink or something. And my youngest brother, like at 2, did like his first motor movement ever and like gunned it. And I flipped off the back and hit my head and cried like a bitch about it. I was so scared. I demanded that he not be allowed to be on with me anymore. And it worked. They bought a different 4-wheeler. And it was
nice.
Why'd you get a separate one? We're 4 and 2. You're really planning for the future here. But they did. We had those 4-wheelers all throughout our childhood. It was great.
How big were they?
It was funny because you could see them get bigger. I don't know the CC stuff, but like you could see them get bigger as we got older. So like the initial one was very small and it was governed down with like a screw, so you couldn't go too quick. By the end, like the one that he had that we rode in the end, we were like teenagers, was like for the farm work. It was like not like a Polaris with the big back part or a gator looking thing, just like a really nice Polaris 4-wheeler ATV. And that thing would go so goddamn fast because he didn't put a governor on it.
Was it 4-wheel drive, that one?
Yeah. Even the crappy little one was 4-wheel drive because it was so muddy and ways to get stuck that you had to.
You wanted it, okay?
Yeah, that was a bunch of fun.
I wanted stuff like that so bad.
Really,
I wanted so much. My parents would. It was always a non-starter. ATV, dirt bike. You call a motorcycle a dirt bike, right? I don't know what the hell do you call a motocross bike, but
dirt bike. Yeah.
I wanted one so much. I might get one. I was on Craigslist looking at them today. I was like, I could just have it.
Dude, you could build it and you could build yourself a motocross fucking course in your backyard with like some mounds to jump over. And you could start with them small, right? You could make a little 3-foot jump and like just build it up with your tractor over time.
The mechanic was telling the guy who helped me with my Beamer, like he loaded up and stuff. He was like, as soon as you want to put a motocross track in here, you let me know. We'll do it.
Dude, that would be super tempting for me. Like, I never wanted a dirt bike because my cousin got one at an early age. He was always into motorcycles and I was into ATVs, and he never wore safety gear. And once he spilled off of it and the exhaust pipe burnt his calf really bad, like really bad. And I saw that and I was like, never am I getting on that. Like, my 4-wheeler does not burn me. I've been thrown off ATVs, 4-wheelers, but like I survived. And I didn't get burnt. Like, I don't like getting burnt.
My friends had them, so I could borrow them and ride a little bit. But my buddy would do big jumps. And, they seemed huge to me. He would go the length of a motorcycle, maybe 10 links. Like it just seemed like a really big jump to me. But it was nothing to him. Do it all the time.
I would hit some super big jumps on my 4-wheeler because like my dad's place has all these like little hills you can jump. Like they do it to prevent erosion, but there's just jumps everywhere, and I'd hit them faster and faster and faster and faster, and then that made me think I should do that in my truck. So then but when I was 16 or 17, I was jumping railroad crossings. Oh my God, we get so much air off the railroad crossing. I'd hit those things going fast, 50 to 60 miles per hour. And we would fly. It was so dangerous. We could have died so easy if that thing comes down wrong.
This is the ramp that is the railroad crossing, right?
The road's kind of flat, and then there's this big hump where the train tracks cross. And I'd hit that thing going fast as hell.
My 50, Tacoma 60. Has aftermarket suspension, and I would do that with the kids in the car. Colin and I would catch air.
My F-150 did not. We went to get it realigned, and the guy was like, "What'd you do? Drive this thing through the fucking Grand Canyon? What is this?" I was like, "Yeah, it's pulling a little to the left." What? I guess so. Good God. It was just way off. The tires just always facing left.
Taco landed pretty soft. It was nice. It felt in control. I didn't feel like I was, could have died like you described. It was just you'd float and then it would land. I'm to exaggerate. It's not like one of those Baja trucks, but
yeah.
It just landed
but
soft.
It's got some suspension. My truck did not. It was an F-150 Lightning. It was not made for that kind of shit. It was made for
that's a cool truck, though.
It was a cool truck. Yeah, I liked it a lot. I drove that for several years. It was fast. It sounded good.
If people don't know, you might know the F-150 Raptor, which is a specialized off-road, souped up from the factory F-150. The Lightning was that, but more of a race car F-150.
Yeah, it was slick. It was way too fast for. I shouldn't have had it. It was dangerous.
You were a new driver, right?
Yeah.
Also, I feel like there's take away whatever skill you may or may not have had. You can't give a teenager something that specializes in go fast, right? They will warp their head into thinking every car is a sports car. If you give them an actual sports car, they think they're supposed to race. At least I would have. You need to get a kid like me in a station wagon. One where
I wasn't super dumb.
It looks dumb.
Sorry.
I was.
I wasn't super dumb. I remember that there was kids in high school that would race, and I always thought they were just idiots. Like they wanted to race on this really curvy road that I actually knew of. Like it's a 2-lane curvy road that ends in a bridge, and it's like you can't see oncoming traffic, and y'all are wanting to race your Trans Ams on this road. Like, what is to be gained by this? I don't fucking get it. I was like, we can look at the specs of these cars and determine whose car is faster. Then the only thing is just a question of who's the bigger dumbass. And the answer is you guys, because there's no fucking way I'm going down there to race on that road.
We had a road. I don't even know what it's called. We always just called it the top speed road. And it was 2 lanes, one each direction. And it was straight. You could see for a long ways. But the trouble is, like, anyone who lives on the East Coast probably has a road like this. The trees on either side are 200 feet tall. It's filled with wildlife. And that's the dice you're rolling, that, you're going to hit something. It's going to be roadkill in a bad way.
Yeah, so. I feel you. So BlameTruth, you got to roll out.
Yeah, I got to go help my mom with something because it involves technology and she doesn't know how to do it. So
we'll have fun with that.
Got to cut this one a little short, but thank you guys for having me on. It was always a pleasure. Have a good one.
So you're BlameTruth OC.
Yeah,
Twitch, just real BlameTruth on YouTube.
Just search BlameTruth. You'll find something. Maybe a naked picture. Maybe my channel. Who knows? It'll be a surprise.
Oh.
But 50-50. Yeah, I'll see you guys later. Thanks for having me.
See you later. So before we jump into the next thing, we're going to hear from a couple of wonderful sponsors. This episode of PKA is brought to you by a company we know and love, Postmates. You know what's great about eating your favorite thing? Eating it. You know what's not great? Going and getting it. And the only fast things that do deliver are not what you're craving. That's where Postmates steps in, the app that adds a delivery option to your favorite restaurants. Imagine anything you want to eat delivered. You don't have to drive, park, or even talk on the phone to order. Just download the app and order 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. Postmates will bring you what you want within the hour. You can even see where your food is and track your driver. Forgot the eggs and milk? No problem. Craving a tasty burger? Check. Looking for the perfect bottle of red wine or a summer beer? Order up. Postmates is your new long-term Munchies booty call. For a limited time, Postmates is giving you $100 of free delivery credit for your first 7 days. To start your free deliveries, download the app today and use code PKA. That is code PKA for $100 of free delivery credit for your first 7 days. Save the hassle. Get the food you love fast at Postmates with code PKA for $100 of free delivery credit for your first 7 days. That's a hell of a deal. So you should get your asses over there and take advantage of it.
That
it's not going to last forever. $100. That's a lot of free delivery in a week. This episode of PKA is also brought to you by Smart Mouth. Everyone hates talking to someone with bad breath. That humid, awful smell keeps you from focusing on anything other than finding an excuse to leave. Now just think of the times you were the gross, smelly one and the other person was thinking about getting away from you. You probably can't think of any examples. That's because we rarely have an accurate read on our own breath odor. In other words, you could be walking around with trash mouth, not even realize you're grossing everybody out. That's why Smart Mouth was invented. Smart Mouth's clinically proven 2-liquid formula combines to instantly eliminate bad breath and prevent bad breath from returning all day long. Rinse once in the morning for all-day clean breath and once before bed to prevent morning breath. Just 2 uses a day and you'll never, ever have bad breath, guaranteed. Whether the boardroom or bedroom, having confidence in your breath spells success. Go to smartmouth.com/PKA now for a free coupon. You can find Smart Mouth products in the oral health aisle at Walgreens, CVS, Target, Rite Aid, Amazon, Walmart, or wherever you shop. Once again, that's smartmouth.com/PKA for your free coupon and buy it anywhere there are mouthwashes, basically. So there you go. Get
there
yourself some Smart Mouth. Get yourself some Postmates. Maybe you get some delicious oniony, garlicky food off Postmates. Yum, yum, yum. Makes your breath smell though. Need that Smart Mouth to wrap it up. So there you go. We like to tie them together. we like to really stretch and tie those together. So that is our
current event. Biden has said that every American will be able to get the vaccine on May 1st. Like, how now you have to be like 70 years old in a nursing home working a cash register as a ER nurse or whatever. On May 1st, literally no qualifications. They just give it away. And in my area, they're doing it now. Like I saw it a few hours too late, but they're like, hey, we won't turn anyone away. These are the list of people that are supposed to come. And they come and everyone's like, no questions asked, no questions asked. They're just serving anyone who goes there. Now, thing went from like 10 to 2 p.m. and I'm reading this at 4 p.m. But next one, I think I can just go and get it.
Sweet. Yeah, my dad got his. He said he got a little stuffy nose. Other than that, he's all good. He's super excited to be able to get back to like socializing and dating and playing poker, and like he's a real personable guy. Like he likes to like pal around with his buddies and like go out with friends and like, you know, do stuff. He likes to play in those live poker games where there's like 12 people around the table and everybody's sipping on a beer and smoking cigars and stuff. And it's like, you can't fucking do that in the age of COVID, right? Like you just can't.
Everybody likes stuff like that. It's fun hanging out with your friends.
Yeah. I'm the same way. Like, again, I don't want to say when or where I'm going, but in a week or two, I'm going to the casino with a couple of the $50 patrons. They're flying in, and we're going on a little vacation for a couple days. And you know, you got to wear a mask. I mean, it's not like the mask thing is going to change when I get vaccinated, but I'll be glad when the mask thing is gone, right? You
think it'll ever go away?
Yeah, eventually. Like Texas already opened up, which is obviously premature and makes them look foolish. And places like Austin that are like, no, we're not doing that, are the ones who come out looking smart.
But I mean, like, even if they like, because the like companies like Walmart and shit are still going to be like, well, yeah, you whatever, Dallas people, but you still got to wear it here. And so like in that way, it's like for all intents and purposes, you know, they're still wearing it if they want to go to Walmart and shop.
But even in Walmart, what I've noticed in my area anyway, like there's a guy at the door who's like, yeah, put your mask on. You put it on and you go in. And then 25% of the people who are in there have taken their masks back off.
That is so funny. Like when you guys say that, like, I guess because I'm in the part of Missouri that is a city, like I have not seen a single incident regarding a mask the entire time. Like I haven't seen an employee in anything, restaurant, whatever, have to be like, put your mask back on. Like everybody just, you know, the worst that'll happen is someone like stands up. Like I've had it happen where like I'm at a restaurant and like you just unthinkingly stand up and you start walking to the bathroom. And it's like, hey, you have a mask? Like, oh yeah, my bad, dude. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, what I see a lot, the no nose wearing. I could be projecting the wrong thing, but I see it as a protest mask wearing. Like, you know exactly what you're doing. It's hardly covering your upper lip. You are just putting a fucking chin strap on, being like, all right, if you say so, suck a dick, but I'll do this much.
See, I thought that too, but then when I saw, like, I had never worn glasses with the mask until like a month or two ago, and then I did, and I'm like walking around, and it's like, well, fuck, like I can't see through my fog, and this is unusable. Like, and it was like, this is annoying. You having to like look through the sides of your glasses.
So there are a few masks that prevent that, because we talked about it earlier this week, but like I like to wear my sunglasses anytime I'm outside the house, like all the fucking time. Like I would wear them here, like right now, if I didn't look like such a fucking douchebag. Like I'm not trying. It's not like, oh yeah, look how cool I am with my shades. It's like light hurts my eyes, and like there's a fan going right now. Like my eyes dry out. Like I'm continuously putting eye drops in. Like I've got those Roto Reds. Like my eyes are always hurting. So like going to the casino, and I'm like, I want to wear my sunglasses, not only because like if I'm in a big pot, like what was that line from Scarface? He's like, the eyes always tell the truth. There's no lie in your eyes, Tony, or something like that. Like I'm worried there's gonna be some lie in my eyes. Like somebody's gonna see my eyes like, woohoo, he's king. And I'm just like, give something away. So I like to wear sunglasses at the poker table anyway.
Yeah. Dude, sunglasses plus a mask at the poker table is like cheating.
I'm Darth Vader now. Yeah.
Anything on your face?
Can't see anything. It's just my forehead, and I might wear a hoodie too, just completely.
You're like you double mask, except the other one's up here above your glasses. Just
just put a bag over my head at that point. But yeah, like I started looking, because whenever I'm in the grocery store and I've got my sunglasses on and my mask on, it's fogging up the whole time. And I'm like pinching my nose to like let him cool, like defog, or I'm taking them off and blowing them and stuff. And I found a couple of mask options that will prevent glasses from fogging. One of them is super lame, and it won't work for us because we have facial hair, but it has this nose bridge that sort of extends across the cheeks and glues to your face. Now, I know that sounds insanity, but it's not like super glue. It's just a little adhesive. It's like a little.
Can you see it?
I don't like that.
No, you can't. The mask goes over it. It's under the mask, and the mask is attached to it, and it makes this airtight seal around your eyes and your nose. I didn't like that idea.
It seems uncomfortable.
I felt like, because I'm going to be wearing it 8 hours straight and stuff like that. It's like, I don't want to take it off, and it's broken my skin out or something. I don't need that. One of my friends sent me said he accidentally ordered like a whole 6-pack of masks today, and he's got the one that's like like the reverse shamag or whatever. It's like that big neckerchief that like pulls up, and when you're not wearing it, it's sort of like bunched up around your neck.
Oh yeah.
And then I ordered one that promises not to fog up glasses too, because it makes a really good seal. Again, it comes up a little higher, like almost to the bottom of your like orbital in the bottom, but it's also supposed to prevent fogging. And if all of that fails, I also got some anti-fogging spray to put on the inside of my sunglasses.
I just need some of that, I guess.
I'm tired of it. I'm tired of
like, it. When mine fogs up, I don't know if Woody's glasses are like this. Like, they don't go unfogged. Like, now they're dirty, and I have to take them off and wipe them down. Because, like, once
do what scuba divers and paintball players do.
Just spray it.
Spit in it.
Spit?
Spit works.
That's what swimmers do. You lick the inside of your goggles, and then it doesn't
I'm not
fog.
going to do that in the middle of a restaurant or a store, though. That's gross.
Oh, come on, be a man.
Lick my glasses.
Ugh. Yeah, I don't actually wear glasses all day. I don't have this problem. But yeah, I don't know. I wear a mask. It's no big deal. I actually feel a little, I don't know. I like a mask. I like the excuse to just be that much more incognito. It doesn't bother me at all.
I don't mind it. I don't mind it very much at all. It's really just the glasses fogging up. If you don't use your smart mouth, you're aware right away. I'll say that because you're in this self-contained breathing thing. You're like, oh, fuck, I messed up today. Onions for breakfast and no smart mouth. This was a bad combination.
My fried liver lunch is really coming back to bite me.
Why did I do liverwurst bagels?
It will be nice. Like, hopefully they'll eventually get to the point where it's contained enough that you can just not have to wear a mask at all anywhere. Because like I do prefer that. Like having a society where everybody's kind of out and like people are talking. Like, I don't know. It's like an additional wall in between people, and like I don't really like that.
Oh, I like agree. The wall. I'm on the other side. No, I like the wall. I think the wall is maybe the perfect. Sorry, I cut you off. Maybe it's like the perfect description. I just like a little wall. I like to walk around buying gas and have a wall.
I'm a little indifferent. Like, there are times when I really appreciate it. Like, I feel like sometimes I just like roll out of bed and go to do like errands, and I feel like I just like look like shit. Like, my hair's all fucked up, and I'm just like, yeah, I'm wearing a mask anyway. I'm literally wearing a mask. I don't care what I look like. But then there's some times where it's like, man, I don't want to put this fucking thing on. Or what it really is, the really annoying thing is if I forget it at home, and like sometimes I'll put it, like, if I'm wearing this jacket, I'll like put it in the small like breast pocket of this, and then I'll take this off and like hang it up, then go out and like, oh, I don't have a fucking mask. I got to go all the way back home. Like, that's the annoying part of mask wearing. It's when I forget it.
I forget what I was doing.
Putting it on, I don't feel like I'm like a bootlicker or some sort of conspiracy theorist. I feel like I'm just getting on board with keeping everybody fucking safe. And the people who do that nose mask thing, like, I guess if it was at the gym, I wouldn't care at all. Like, if you're not wearing a mask at the gym, it's like, all right, I feel like everybody here understands what's at stake. We're doing something that the mask is going to have a negative influence on. I'm not looking for any altitude training today. Okay.
Yeah.
No mask. If you want to wear one, that's fine, but I'm not. But at the grocery store, put your fucking mask on while you're shopping for celery.
There are people in my world who are like, the mask doesn't impact your breathing at all. And I forget what I was doing, but it was something where I needed a mask and it was some level of exertion. Minor league, right? It wasn't running. Maybe I was carrying heavy shit or whatever. And like, you know what? It does have an impact on your breathing. Don't tell me it doesn't.
If it didn't, it wouldn't work as a mask, would it?
It really. Now I can make my mask like, it has a piece of metal, so it sort of forms to my nose. I can bend that wrong and have giant gaps and shit like that where it doesn't do anything. Well, it doesn't do very much. But by and large, it impacts your breathing. So if you're doing something that's exerting at all, like, I get it a little bit.
And and at the gym, it's like, okay, so like someone next to you is like really exerting themselves on the elliptical and you're on the thing next to them, and it's like, well, now you're hitting me with your side stream.
I'm with Kyle. Like, if you're in the gym doing ellipticals, then you've made a decision that you're in this together. You've made a conscious decision. If you're at Target buying Kleenex, then you haven't decided to accept that same level of risk, right? You didn't sign up for that.
Yeah, I agree completely.
Yeah, fair enough.
With myself, I guess. And,
yeah, I always agree.
And you know, I know they do that thing in gyms where like every other elliptical is turned off. They're just putting signs on them, so it's like nobody's like literally rubbing shoulders with each other on cardio machines or anything. And look, if I was gonna have to share air with anybody, I'd want it to be some gym bros, right? Some people who are actually healthy. You know, like they're literally there looking out for their health. I got to imagine that they're probably wearing the mask outside here. They're probably pretty healthy people in general. I don't know.
Well, healthy in the general population. They're at the gym, you know?
Right. Yeah. And they're more inclined to maybe skip the gym if they have symptoms, right? Whereas you might drag yourself to Target, but you wouldn't drag yourself to the gym if you're sick. Maybe, probably. I don't know.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with all that. But yeah, when I'm at the grocery store and I see someone not wearing it, or even if they're not wearing it, I can sort of like make excuses for them in my head, like because I've gone to the grocery store without mine, usually after hours, like if I'm going into Walmart at like 2 a.m. because I'm like out of milk or something like that. It's like I don't need a mask. Nobody's fucking here. I'm by myself. It's me and the checkout lady, and I'll hold my breath. But like in the middle of the day, if they don't have it, I can sort of like make that excuse for them. Like maybe they forgot it, but when they've got it under their nose, it's like you're being willfully a piece of shit right now. Like I hate you so fucking much. I hate you so fucking
much.
He's not wrong.
And even worse than that, because like that could be ignorance, and I can always forgive ignorance to some degree. Not as much as I can forgive stupidity, but I can forgive a little ignorance. I'll forgive all stupidity. It's when they have a hole cut in there, like a fucking walking glory hole. When they are, then they are making a statement.
Have you seen that in real life?
Yes.
That is hilarious. So there's just a mouth hole.
They cut a big fucking glory hole right in the middle of their fucking face. And like I have those imaginary arguments with them in the shower. You know? You want me to stick my dick in there, you asshole?
Is that what you wanted to do today? Lose a fight at Target? Just threatening people at Target. Don't you realize you're making people in danger? He's like dead on the ground.
Because I feel bad for old people, especially old people who are still in the workplace. Specifically, like, you know, maybe like a Walmart greeter. You know, those are usually like guys who are 60 to 80 fucking years old. Sometimes they're in wheelchairs and shit. And it's like,
dude, get them off the front line. I didn't think about that. Old elderly, because like I've never seen a young greeter. Right?
I have. Those are the uppity cocksuckers, the ones that want to check my receipt. I will not let you check my receipt when I'm walking out of a Walmart. You have no fucking authority to check my receipt. No, I literally say no, and I keep fucking rolling. You want to follow me outside? We might have a problem.
Do you really say no to the receipt guy? That's hilarious. I didn't know that was an option.
Taylor, if you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything.
Fall for anything.
I can't believe. You know what? I'm gonna march out of there with a band.
I swear to God, that's where I put my foot down in life. Like
I'm stealing hundreds of dollars of merchandise in this carpet. Get real.
What do you think? I brought my own. You think I bagged up all these groceries like when nobody was looking and then like skirted around? First of all, I know it. If you think you're going to get my receipt and item by item go through my fucking shopping cart right now while I'm trying to get to my fucking car and get home, you're out of your goddamn mind. We both know that's not going to happen. You're just going to glance at it and be like, yeah, you have a receipt. You're not wasting my time today. I'm going to keep rolling. I literally don't even slow down. I say no.
Say
no. Can I see your receipt, sir? Absolutely not. And I just keep fucking rolling. I turn my back on them. And if they yell at me, I keep fucking rolling. And if they want to follow me outside, they can do it. But I'm going to be loading my groceries. And if they fucking touch me, I'm going back to prison.
You should tell them that.
Damn. It's not illegal to buy 10 pairs of cargo pants from Walmart.
That's a Jeff Foxworthy joke, by the way. They're like, what you just said is he's like, I think it's something he said to his daughter's boyfriend. He's like, I just let him know I'm not afraid to go back to prison. It might be Ron White. It might be Ron White. It's either Ron White or Jeff Foxworthy. He's like, I just let him know I'm not afraid to go back to
prison. Yeah, Ron White's a very funny guy. He's the one who always sits up there with his like whiskey or something and his cigar, and he's like on his little stool just making observations, smoking and drinking. Very funny.
Rich as fuck.
Well, he was part of the Blue Collar Comedy Tour, right?
Yes,
and
he was.
That, well, I mean, I haven't listened. I remember that was huge when I was like a young teenager, and I thought Larry the Cable Guy was so funny. And Ron White, though, was the funniest of that group. I never found Jeff Foxworthy very funny, and I never found Bill Engvall very funny. But yeah, Ron White was a stitch.
I agree with you.
Before we drift topics too much, I looked up the legality of receipt checking. And it turns out a shopkeeper only has the privilege to stop someone if they've suspected them of shoplifting. So then, well, what does it take? Can I just suspect everybody? No. These are the things. You have to follow these 6 steps. See the shoplifter, approach your merchandise, select your merchandise, conceal your merchandise, maintain continuous observation of the shoplifter, see the shoplifter fail to pay, and then you must approach the shoplifter outside the store but on store grounds. You have to, those are the 6 steps that it takes to detain a suspected shoplifter and check the receipt. If they just wanted to, Kyle is within his rights to just say no and walk out. Turns out he's in the right.
So like by those rules, you could just rob a retail place blind. It seems like.
I'm not sure because I know they've got security guys and cameras keeping an eye on you. So they might be watching you more than you think.
You're probably right, especially somewhere like Walmart where I'm sure they're used to quite a bit of, loss because of people stealing.
Yeah.
I don't care for that. It's insulting. It's like no, you can't check to see if I actually paid for my fucking groceries. No, you cannot. No.
Do you do that at Costco too? Because they always want to stop you at Costco.
No one checks my fucking shit. Like I won't allow it.
You just march by at Costco. You don't even let him give the pen mark of authority so that if the police stop you, you go, no, sir, I paid for all the goldfish.
I don't go to Costco.
I bought the entire pallet to me. Like
I don't go to Costco, but no one is ever going to be searching my fucking shopping cart to make sure that I paid for my things. Like,
you're right. It is insulting when they move stuff. And it's like, you really think very little of me. Like you thought I would steal a bag of spinach by putting it on, by tactfully placing it under a bag of
spinach smugglers today, you piece of shit.
Yeah. Dick. I like Costco. Costco's great.
Is it?
I can get delivery from Costco. I do occasionally.
Ooh, can you get delivery from Costco without needing a membership?
Yeah, that's the beauty.
Really?
Yeah.
How's that fucking work?
They have a membership.
Instacart.
The Instacart person is a member and they're shopping on your behalf. Kyle's rigged the system. Or Postmates, probably.
Don't let Costco find out about
Postmates is literally a sponsor.
Yeah, but that's not part of their that's not competitive.
Okay, I don't know what I'm doing.
Postmates does restaurants and occasionally convenience stores like pharmacies and such, which is very convenient. If you got a cold, you don't want to go out. They also occasionally do like auto zones, which I've always thought is beautiful because if you need a new carburetor and you can't drive to AutoZone, you're either going to Uber there, buy a carburetor, and Uber back, or you could Postmate a carburetor.
That's a really good idea.
Yeah.
But yeah, I know their bread and butter is like food, obviously.
Right? Like imagine you drain your oil, then you go to put the new stuff in and it's not the right stuff. What are you gonna do? Your car has no oil. Like Postmates. Solve your problem.
Drive carefully.
Do not follow Taylor's advice. It doesn't matter how carefully you drive, you still need oil.
No, if you go really slow, you just got to keep it in idle all the way to the store.
This is the 50-minute no oil drive. I don't even know what's better. Probably slow, but I don't know.
Just have the engine explode quickly so you can go home, I guess. Yeah, that's a really good idea. I didn't know that you didn't need a membership to shop at Costco anymore.
Yeah, check out Instacart. It's super convenient. It's a little it's not crazy expensive. It's like $6 or something like that. It'd be like a $3 service fee and like a $3 tip on like $120 worth of groceries.
It's funny that I know how Instacart works really well because I've done things for clients on Instacart, but I've never used it myself ever. So
I like it. I wish they were a sponsor. Because it's
get them on it.
It really is a legitimately great service. Sometimes I don't want to go to the fucking grocery store. And sometimes I don't want to drive as far as some of the grocery stores are. Because like I was saying the other day, one of the grocery stores that's available to me on Instacart is 45 minutes away. And they don't get tipped or paid any extra than if they had gone to the Publix that's 2 minutes away. So I can get like these really fancy fucking groceries from Sprouts, which is this high-end chain, and meats and stuff like that, and I'll just bring them to my house. When I would never drive that far for groceries.
Publix is pretty nice too. They have good stuff.
Okay, I like in the South we've got Ingles, which I think is like a step up, and then Trader Joe's is just a money pit. It's just you go into Trader Joe's, you're just overspending.
Do you have Aldi there?
Yeah. They also deliver from Aldi.
Yeah, it's the same exact shit as Trader Joe's. It's just like way cheaper.
More European stuff as well. There's some European stuff in there. A little small. Our Aldi is a little small, and I'm annoyed that you pay $0.25 to get a shopping cart there. It's like, God damn it, you're squeezing me from every
pay
angle.
or temporarily pay?
Yeah, you just put it in there and then you plug it back in and you get the quarter out.
That's right. That's the thing.
It's to keep people from being like shopping cart goblins who leave it in the middle of the parking lot like a fucking asshole.
And it's so they don't have to pay a shopping cart guy.
Yeah, true. And they don't like pay a bagger person. It's like you bag your own shit. They don't give you bags. You have to bring your own stuff.
I don't play that shit, so I just had a bunch of slugs made. So I'm just fucking leave the cart tipped over on its side in the parking lot. Leave the slug in the machine.
Like
in a spot.
Like a real piece of shit. It's funny you say
in
that.
A handicap spot.
There's like a meme about like the shopping cart test. And it's like, it was some like 4chan post of someone being like, the shopping cart is the ultimate test of whether or not you're a good member of society. Think about it. You have nothing to gain by returning it. You will not be punished by not returning it. The only thing to keep you returning that cart is because you like to have a bit of order at the place. And so, you're the kind of person who returns the cart knowing that you won't be punished if you don't. You won't be rewarded if you do. You're someone who, you'll function in a society pretty good. You're a Kyle over here where you just say, fuck the quarter, and you just fire it into someone's tailgate, across the way. He can't, he doesn't belong in society, basically.
That's right.
Yeah, he's a nefarious.
I return the shopping carts to a point. Like,
you got to return shopping carts. That's so rude.
Sometimes they're just out of place. They don't have a corral anywhere near you, and it's either it's just way too far to walk.
I'm with Kyle. I think of myself as a good member of society, and I return shopping carts most of the time. But sometimes I'm like I don't know. Like if you have a good spot at Home Depot, you can you can either walk all the way back to Home Depot with your cart, or you senselessly walk just as far away from Home Depot to get the corral. You know how Disney World did that study where they're like, people on average will walk 27 feet before they throw their trash away. So they make sure that every can is 25 feet apart. Yeah. So you always, bump into one. If the shopping corral, I guess I'll call it, is too far away, then this is partly your design decision. And I will put the shopping cart in a spot that seems out of the way, but not all the way back.
So disappointed in you guys.
I'm a job creator, huh? I'm a job creator over here.
No, you're saying you're putting it somewhere out of the way. I guarantee you're taking those front two wheels and you're just putting it on an island in the middle of it.
Sounds out of the way to me.
That's what you're doing.
Hey, that's something though, right? Like I've seen people just sort of sit it there like the last Jenga block in a fucking tower, ready to roll. Like as soon as they're driving away, it's starting that downhill fucking roll right into somebody's Mercedes.
Well, I guess it's not as bad as that, but still.
What if I just flip it on its side so it can't cause any problem?
That's
Taylor, are you telling us you always return it?
Or just take a step back and drop kick it over on its side. It's
as the guy's coming to collect it,
and hop in my car.
As the guy's coming to collect it, you just look at him and just push it up.
I return it as long as it's even within the realm of being convenient. If I can see the corral from where I'm standing, I'm going to put it in that corral. But I'm not walking all the way across the parking lot, and I'm not walking all the way back in the store, usually.
Taylor, do you always return the cart? You are over there high and mighty on top of your marble throne, looking down at us as if you've never left a shopping cart anywhere but in the corral.
I don't think I've not returned a shopping cart in 15 years.
Damn.
I think every single time as an adult I've used a cart, I've returned it.
Taylor's out there collecting other people's carts and returning them. At this point, he's
I've done that.
The real thing is I'm just trying to make money, collecting the fucking carts and returning them at the front for the fucking cash. Can't afford to feed my kitties.
When you think about gathering a cart on the way, I might be a net neutral.
Same.
Okay, I'll give you guys net neutral.
And when I do put them in the corral, I don't just like throw it in there. Like I'll compress them all together.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Even if I remembered a time where I didn't return the cart, I'm in so deep I could never admit it.
If I'm in a rainstorm, though, that shit ain't getting put anywhere. If it's fucking pouring rain, or like if it's cold as fuck, like legitimately like sleeting or something.
Oh, that Georgia cold.
I mean, you know,
we all know sometimes it gets to 47 there.
It's not like Snowpiercer. I'm not gonna like die on the way to, but I'm not gonna get soaking wet. I'm gonna fucking do whatever's convenient to me.
Speaking of Snowpiercer,
do that job, by the way. That's the thing we're overlooking, as if there isn't a guy whose job it is just to do that.
If there were too many Taylors, there'd be no job.
That's right. Well, there would.
You gave me a lot to think about.
After a while, they'd have to start paying him.
Yeah.
So you've been out there for an hour and a half collecting carts. Would you like to talk to HR?
I have a topic. Do you guys, you know who Meyers Leonard is? You probably heard about him, even if you don't know the name. He's an NBA player. And I don't know if he was live streaming on Twitch or if he was playing with somebody who was live streaming on Twitch. Anyway, I think the game was Warzone, and he got sniped, and he just went on this like short anti-Semitic thing. He called someone a bike bitch, but not bike, you know, and
because they were Jewish.
No, he doesn't know the person who sniped him. Of course, he knows nothing about him. But the quote was like, you know, "Don't snipe me, you kike bitch." And anyway, he's gotten in some hot water. He's suspended by the Miami Heat. He's an NBA player, and so he got dropped by his two sponsors, which was Origin PC and Scuff Gaming. They dropped him, and he's apologizing, but he's not playing in the NBA for some period of time. I don't know when he'll come back or if.
Was he any good?
I don't know. I'll look up his stats.
If he's good, he'll be back soon, I bet.
Yeah, I saw the clip. You know, it wasn't directed at a Jewish person. He just said kike in a moment of like sort of like frustration.
He was just mad and trying to be mean.
Yeah, like not even to the guy like the person who had shot him or whatever. It's not like they were listening. You know, it was just you know.
So now he can't play in the NBA anymore.
He's not super good. So he played 51 games last season and 61 the season before, implying that, like, you know, he gets some time. This year he's averaging about 10 minutes a game and 3 points per game, which is not good. He's 7'1", so that's something.
Jeez. Well, how much does he probably? I mean, the NBA salaries are so insane. Even as a guy who's playing 10 minutes a night, what's he probably making? $10 million a year, something crazy.
I think the league minimum is $990,000 a year, and I would just guess he's not too far from that. I don't know.
Really? I guess maybe I'm overstating how much.
$1 million a year.
I imagine that they get paid.
Oh, you were talking about hockey games earlier. How the fuck do you even? I guess you don't know. Like I want to be able to watch hockey games, but I haven't figured it out.
Well,
you're right. He makes $10 million a year. I'm sorry, 4-year, $41 million contract.
Goddamn.
Oh, I mean, that was a good guess.
You nailed it. Yeah.
So that's hilarious. Someone who is bottom barrel trash NBA player. Maybe he's not bottom barrel. He's making $10 million. So he must be one of those guys who's like, maybe he's really useful defensively. Because there are guys like that in the NHL too, where it's like you look at their stat sheet and you're like, why the fuck is this guy in his 14th year? And then you like look at his defensive stats and it's like, oh, I get it. This guy can play in any scenario on any line and be defensively responsible. Maybe that's how this guy is. I don't know. But as far as watching hockey, Kyle, maybe I can like add you onto my NHL TV account. Maybe I can add both of you on there, so you can.
I'd like to watch some games, but it's like I don't want to buy $150 pass. Or something. Like, I want to dabble in watching some hockey games.
Well, I'll watch like if both of you want to. We did this the other night. I watched with Fish and a couple other guys the Blues game on Discord. I streamed it from my PC, my NHL TV, and we all watched together. And it was fun because like obviously some people totally disinterested wanting to talk about poker. And then like, but like Dirty and Fish were being very engaged. Like, now why the hell was that a whistle? And then what does that mean? And explain this. What's icing again? Like that. And it was like, and it's fun, you know, the same way that I'm sure like, you know, Chocolate Thunder would really enjoy it if I watched basketball with him and was like asking like good faith, like explain this to me, explain that. Like I'm interested in what you're interested in. So we should do that sometime. Fish is going on vacation with me. He's I'm going to be picking him up from the airport. I keep joking that I'm not going to pick him up. You should continue to joke and make him really believe it. Yeah.
For your reference, Kyle, ESPN Plus has some hockey games, and they've got Colorado tomorrow night at 9 p.m. So,
all right. Yeah, they just signed a contract with ESPN. The NHL did, which is great news because they've been on NBC for years, and NBC is a joke and it's terrible. And so better highlights on ESPN for hockey will be awesome. Just like having a better aggregate place to find it all. Because like even ESPN, I use ESPN.com for all the hockey stats and everything because sorry, NHL.com, ESPN.com is just way better. It's more streamlined for looking at stats. Wouldn't you know it? They know what they're doing when it comes to sports stats. So yeah, hopefully we'll be able to see some more games there. I'm looking forward to all of the sports guys on ESPN who don't know anything about hockey talking about it. Like Stephen A. Smith, you know who he is. He's hilarious. And even he, like someone tweeted at him and was like, this like, let's do that hockey joke from SNL with like Chance the Rapper a few years ago. Like, this is going to be Stephen A. Smith when he's getting forced to cover the NHL. And he's like, yep. So true. I don't know what the hell's going on in that sport. He's just like, I mean, I don't watch ESPN, but the clips of him I see, like, he's a charismatic, funny dude.
He tried to cover MMA, and there's something about MMA, like, even the fighters you don't like or you think are bad, there's still a level of respect because they go in an octagon in their underwear and they literally get into a fist fight against a trained killer. So, you just don't say this guy sucks. Like that's not a thing people say. You could say he's going to lose or you don't like him but to act like he's coward. Anyway, Stephen A. Smith committed some of those MMA sins where he's like, this guy blows. What the fuck? He didn't say that, but yeah. So he's one of the most hated people in the MMA community. They all hate him because he doesn't criticize properly. Doesn't do it.
He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Yeah.
True. Doesn't always talk about, but it was the respect part. I think that at least that's what got me, and I think it's what I see on the subreddit.
Yeah, that was a big part of it. But it's like, if you're going to cover a sport, you should really be an expert. And I think you should be an ex-player or at least like an ex-coach or someone who worked in that industry. Like, I would have no fucking business covering MMA. Like, I watch hours of MMA every week. I go to Bloody Elbow 2 or 3 times a week. I'm really into it. I'm on the MMA subreddit all the time. I'm always reading up on people and their backstories. I watch most of every single event that comes out. I have no business covering MMA on a professional level. So why the fuck would Stephen A. Smith have any business doing it?
I agree. I agree with you. I've heard the argument made like, hey, look, he's a big star. You know, maybe not Stephen A. Maybe Justin Bieber's talking about the UFC. You could apply the same thing you said to Justin Bieber, but on the other side, hey, he might bring attention to the sport. He's doing us a favor if you're trying to grow the sport, which I'm not. That's a something. Like, I don't know if you do. I'm in paramotors. And somehow when you're in like a little fringe sport that no one gives a fuck about, it's your job to grow it. It's your job. Like, if this thing's ever going to take off, you know, then we all have to be ambassadors. I don't want other people to do this. Why is that my job? I'm not interested in that.
Have you seen
that I don't agree with, because like paintball was my fringe sport.
Okay,
and
sure.
I've always felt like I should be the best ambassador for it as I can. Like when we would do those events, like a big part of why I wanted to do that event, like had to do with like growing paintball, because I had seen paintball shrink for years and I hate it because like I want to be able to go play at a full field. I want the prices. I want there to be enough money for research and development amongst the developers of like, you know, better paint markers and paint balls. And I want the sport to grow and get better and for there to be a bigger player base.
So it's the flip side for me. If more people get into paramotoring, then there are more assholes who paramotor. More FAA starts giving us more rules. Now we need licenses and inspected aircraft. Now more farmers fucking hate us for buzzing around. And if I'm the only guy around who's doing this, then there's not much of a problem created by paramotors. If the whole community's into it, then it's fucking flying weed whackers, making noise, disturbing your peace.
I see that. Yeah, I see that too. Makes sense. That's kind of how like Tannerite was, you know, it's like that was a real double-edged sword, because on one hand, getting paid a lot of money to promote Tannerite. On the other hand, some people did silly things with Tannerite, and that one guy lost his leg, and that ain't got nothing to do with hurt. Me. But like it made like the product looked bad. It made like the idea of shooting the product look bad because he didn't do it the safe way. And you could say that I didn't do it the safe way, but those lenses are.
But you're luckier. You should only do that if you're a lucky person.
You should only do that if you're getting paid to fucking do it, right? Like I wouldn't have done that shit for $10,000. I will do it for $100,000 though. Like that guy's just out there shooting lawnmowers for the fuck of it. But if you, there's no way in hell I'd have ever shot that lawnmower for the fuck of it. I didn't blow shit up in my spare time. I wasn't like, hey guys, let's dodge some shrapnel. It'll be fun. It's like, no, I'm dodging shrapnel because I'm getting paid very well to do it.
Yeah. Like it wasn't dangerous. You brought Tannerite to Wings' house, and just so people know, if you put it under a barrel or a lawnmower, is a big danger. If you just have it in like a little plastic jug, it's not the same danger. It was the first time an explosion ever moved my hair. My hair doesn't move. Did you see my hair move? It's a helmet. There's a safety layer in this thing. But it was like, whoo, and I felt it in my hair. I was, holy shit. That firecrackers don't do that, but Tannerite
does. 1 pound.
That's a lot. And Kyle's like, it's not a lot. But I had never felt a pound of Tannerite explode. And I feel like I'm exaggerating when I call it a shockwave, but it
is a shockwave. You feel it.
Yeah, you feel it on your chest and in my hair. It's just like, thankfully I had this helmet on.
It's addictive. That shockwave is an addictive feeling. Like I really enjoy feeling that shockwave. I always did. You know, like when a big one goes off, like a real big one, like 25 pounds plus, or if it's something a little bit meatier than Tannerite, or if it's HE, if it's dynamite, or if it's some det cord really doesn't do it. But if it's C4 or something like that, like it's a thump. Tannerite's the best at it probably though, because it's the low velocity nature of it. I think it makes like a thicker shockwave. If that makes sense. Like the shockwave itself isn't this compressed wave. It's this wider wave that's moving kind of slow, whereas something like C4 is sharp.
Red dot just as cool as Tannerite?
In the red. Okay. Yeah, that stuff was like, I used to know the math. I want to say 9 times more powerful by volume. So like a pound of that is closer to 10 pounds of Tannerite. And also like flame sensitive, shock sensitive.
Dude, I still have some in the safe just in case I'm ever in a Home Alone scenario.
Yeah.
but I'm prepared.
He can't rob me if everything I own is destroyed.
Yeah, that stuff was like I said, I mean, it's flame sensitive. Like if you put a lighter to it, once it's mixed, it'll blow your hands off. If you hit it hard enough with a hammer, it'd probably go off. I wouldn't want to. I wouldn't pour a pile of it on an anvil and smack it with a hammer. I wouldn't feel safe doing that. And
it'd be fun to rig that up though.
Yeah, that would be cool to see.
Yeah,
we need to get the guy smarter every day.
You know, anvil with a big sledgehammer on a pendulum type situation. You could probably rig something like that up. It'd be like a gigantic snap cap, and like cap gun.
Until the sledgehammer comes flying back at you. I didn't see this coming.
It would come back the other way.
Yeah,
but like that stuff was what like I think we set off. God, I don't remember how much it was now. Let's call it 15 or 20 pounds with like 10 gallons of fuel on either side of it, duct taped up real tight. And Jeremy was like, what if this went off? And I'm like, you'd never fucking know it, dude. Like we're standing there like wrapping it actively with many rolls of duct tape. And it's like, you'd never fucking know it. Neither of us would. We would just die instantly if we're lucky. Like, and when it went off, it left a crater. It left a crater in the ground, a big one. So yeah, that stuff is real powerful.
Crazy.
Big shockwaves from that stuff. We set off like a 55-gallon barrel of tannerite once, and that shockwave broke windows in a building that was a good ways back behind us.
Did you guys see that Texas school in trouble for the chivalry thing? Oh, it's kind of interesting. So, the teacher, who it seems like she'd be the opposite. Apparently, the teacher would be described as a feminist, but the assignment is almost the opposite of what you'd expect from a feminist. She gave out rules for boys and girls. The girls had to dress in a feminine manner to please the men. They had to clean up after the men. Let me see. They had to address all the men respectfully by title with a lowered head and a curtsy. They couldn't complain or whine. This is the ladies. They had to cook something for the gentlemen in their class. Sweet baked goods are preferable. Ladies must not initiate conversations with males. They had to walk behind men daintily as if their feet were bound. Outside the classroom, ladies cannot show intellectual superiority. Ladies have to clean up after the men. They must obey all reasonable requests by the men. And they had to bring in root beer, ginger ale, and sparkling cider for the gentlemen in the class.
So this woman has a being dominated fetish and is trying to make it into a lesson plan. You must obey all reasonable requests.
Right? Is a blowjob reasonable?
Yeah, according to her, I bet. She's like, oh, but I must be chivalrous. Or like whatever. She's going home, she's like beating off to King Arthur fan fiction.
It was worded vulgarly. So I guess she got suspended by the school. The men had a code of honor too. I'll go through it real quick. They had to dress in jackets or suit ties. They had to show courtesy and assist ladies. They had to assist ladies to their seats and rise from their seats as they entered the room. All females in class and female faculty members will be considered noble women and addressed as milady. Gentlemen would create a yummy treat of friendship and medieval tradition, blah, blah, blah.
Wait, what does that mean? In medieval tradition of coded messages for a lady in his class. If he is a particularly amorous knight, he may bring treats for the other ladies in the class. The ladies may, of course, share their sweets with this kindly knight. This is weird as shit.
When taking a lady out for the evening, the gentleman will pay all expenses. The gentleman will rise when a lady walks in the room. The gentleman should bow when greeting a lady. And gentlemen must speak genteelly. That is, use appropriate language around ladies. No profanity or vulgar words. So this was the assignment they gave. You know what would have been clever? If she didn't want to get in trouble, flip the gender roles for week number 2. And like... that would have
or for week number 1 and just never do the other thing.
Yeah, I could see that.
But then what are they learning? See, this is lots of important things to learn.
I mean, it just seems like she's really fucking up from the beginning. Like this sounds like
it's retarded. This doesn't make sense.
I don't know. Like what if they made the black students like be subservient to the white students to like study fucking slavery? Like let's not. How about let's not? Because that's a bad idea.
They wanted to demonstrate the code of chivalry and standards set in the medieval concept of courtly love and carry that into the modern day. They wanted to see... So the men in our class honestly could see how it really was to be a woman in the 1300s.
Fuck that. That's
terrible. On Friday,
they should have eaten turkey legs and watched King Arthur and then moved on.
All right, ladies, you're going to be very sick, and then you'll die in childbirth at 14.
I don't know. I have this habit. It might be a bad one where I try to I hear something insane, and I'm like, ooh, how can we make it less insane? As if that's the truth. You know, it might just. Sometimes people are just insane, but I'm like, she was just trying to, I don't know, bring awareness to how things were, and
I just don't get what the point.
Teach a lesson.
What does anyone stand to gain? What are you learning? Oh, the men are supposed to pay for everything. Okay, well, everybody's heard that. The women are supposed to be, dainty and feminine and, deferential. Oh, everybody's heard that. It just seems it's a little silly. Not a little silly. How can you be so stupid to not realize to not realize that you're going to get in trouble for this? Even if it is who really cares? She shouldn't get in trouble for this. If anything, people should be like, hey, you know, I generally would prefer my kids to be learning something at school. Like this is absolute, like people are mad about the wrong thing. Like
if you want to teach them something
time away
outside the curriculum, can you teach them taxes? Teach them about capital gains taxes.
That's so much better idea. Teach them how to use Microsoft Excel, and they will enter the world so much more prepared than like memorizing old rules about jackets and ties. If they want to do this shit, they can just go to Cotillion.
You are making some sense.
Yeah. Get them learning how taxes is a great thing. It's criminal that they don't teach taxes in high school, like to at least get your feet under you. Like I remember the first time like I went to pay taxes and it was like, oh no, like I don't even know what to do here. Like I got to Google how do I pay my taxes?
I have heard several people say this thing where like, oh, I turned down that raise or that amount of money because I didn't want to get kicked into the next tax bracket, which would cost. Like they don't.
That's not how that works. Yeah.
Yes, that's not how that works. And I'm just like, everyone should know how that works. And it's been that way since before I was born. I was born a long time ago. I feel like if you teach this, it's a pretty durable concept. You know, I know taxes, the rules change a little bit every year, but they're 99% the same every year. Just, yeah. Anyway, teaching taxes, I'm on board with that.
Yeah, they need more like actual life advice in high school. Less like if it's apparent early on that the kid that you're teaching math, that's not in the cards for him or her, get him in something else. Get them in something else they might be better at. There's like, you can probably realize like 3 days in, like trigonometry is not Johnny's strong suit. He's really good at XYZ though. Let's put him in that class.
Kyle and I always go to HVAC. I think, I don't know this for sure, but I think that 90% of HVAC is pretty simple. I know the design and stuff is probably pretty sophisticated, but 90% of it is pretty simple. And there's a lot of money there. A ton.
And you get your own business like so simply and easily because like the only chain that I know of is Train Heating and Air. But like if I'm in the yellow pages, I just couldn't care less. Like if I see 24-hour service, like you call, we're there. If you just put that on your fucking ad, then I'll call Mike's fucking HVAC every time. Like I don't give a shit about who it is. If they're like licensed and bonded, you tell us where and we're right there. Like I'm. All right, 24/7 service, like with $50 extra after hours. Like, yeah, I'm calling that guy. I don't care who it is. And I will pay through the teeth, you know, to get air or heat turned back on in a, winter or summer.
Yeah. It's so necessary. You pay whatever. So Jackie wants a massage chair. And I was talking to Kyle. Kyle said, don't buy a massage chair. Buy a massage table, and then you can have a masseuse come over, which is a million times better than a chair, for $50. And she exploded. She's like, what? Kyle's crazy. Kyle and his inexpensive services. He gets someone to take his trash out for $5 and clean his house for $20. There's no way we're finding a masseuse in Raleigh who comes to the house for $50. And I was like, Kyle does have a knack for that. Kyle always seems to find a inexpensive service provider.
I'm on it.
You're on it. You're going to find an inexpensive masseuse in Raleigh?
Yep.
Who comes to the house? Happy endings for Woody.
Oh, dear. Yeah, man, I'm on it. Let's see.
You found my mirror guy.
I did.
Yeah.
Made that happen.
He did. I was like, I want mirrors. I'm on Amazon looking at mirrors, and Kyle finds a guy in Atlanta who delivers to Raleigh. Got 4 big mirrors for the gym.
Awesome. Yeah, you needed them.
Now I can get you pictures with fucking multi-coverage.
All sorts of fucking angles.
Put them in the corners and get me from left and right. Coming.
I found a couple places already. I'm trying to find prices. Because that's the sticking point. The lady that we've had come over is pretty fucking cheap. Like I said, I think it's like $50, and it's like an hour.
I think the chair she wants is $3,000. Like it's inconceivable that those 50s add up to $3,000 ever.
Yeah. So this person will come to your house. She's a attractive young lady, probably 35 years old.
60 times.
And she'll come for $95 an hour. If it's two people, it's you only save $10. It's $180 for 2 hours spread across two people.
That's
and
the
she'll
same
bring her
price.
own table.
Yeah,
you saved. It's either 95 for 60
95.
minutes.
Did you say that? My mistake. Okay.
Yeah. So for $180, she'll massage two people an hour each, and she'll bring her own table, and she'll wear a mask and do all that stuff.
That's not 50.
It's not 50. And she's frankly not as hot as my lady.
Did you guys see the Trump and fundraising thing?
No.
This is interesting to me. So there's the RNC, the Republican National Committee. If people don't know, kind of the purpose of a political party is to get people from that party elected. That's what they do. And this isn't even political. RNC, DNC, they do the same thing. They try to massage everything so that the best person wins the primary, who has the best chance of beating the Democrat and whatever. And when you're running as a Republican for whatever position, the Republican National Committee will give money to your campaign so that you can be competitive and win that seat. Cool. Trump is trying to divert donations away from the RNC to Trump's pocket, basically. There's a name for it.
The TNC?
No. It's like the Put America First Foundation or something close to that. I could look it up, but anyway.
What, for him to like put in people that he wants or support people that he wants more?
There are no limits to what Trump does with this money. Trump's thought process, I should say what Trump is saying, right? What Trump is saying and the truth are not always the same thing. But what he's saying is, hey, 17 Republicans voted to impeach me. I don't want any money from my people going to a party that's going to help those 17 people, right? Never mind, there's hundreds who didn't, but he's like, I want control over where this money goes, so give the money to me. I view this much like the YouTubers who raise money for charity by saying, step one, give it to me, and then I will take this money and give it to the charity. I double promise. Because there's no limit. Trump can put it in his pocket. Trump can give it to his kids. He can do all those things. And Trump isn't known for helping other people win their campaigns. Now he's maybe in a different position now, right? He might not even run. I personally think he's going to pretend to run for president, raise a lot of money, and keep it. That's what I think Trump's next move is.
I could see that happening for sure.
But look, I'm a little down on Trump, so maybe some people think I'm crazy for that idea. But so you've got this power struggle between Mitch McConnell and Donald Trump as to where the money really goes. And we'll see. Look, I like the drama, the intrigue around politics as much as it has some impact on your life, but I kind of follow it like sports sometimes too.
Yeah, so I've been following the marijuana legalization thing. The Dems keep they're still saying that's on the docket this year. I think that they want to. I think minimum wage is pretty important to them. I think they're trying to get that done. Obviously, the COVID relief bill, I think they might have tagged that along in that. I haven't paid a lot of attention to it. I think it got cut out at the end.
It didn't make it through it.
Parliamentary procedure.
But yeah, marijuana rescheduling or decriminalization or legalization federally is definitely on their docket for the year. I don't know.
I hope they just do it. I hope it's not another string along nonsense. Thing.
We'll see. A lot of states are adding medical and or rec this year. I think Missouri's
had medical since 18.
I think they're changing something though, like maybe opening up the medical a little bit more so that
maybe
someone like Taylor here who has a high stress life could get a marijuana card.
Is it easy to get a marijuana card in Missouri now, Taylor? Do you have any idea?
I don't know. I don't know anybody with a marijuana card.
Maybe that implies it's hardish.
So it might be hard. How do you get a medical card in Missouri?
I know Californians who are like, dude, there's ticket booths with fake doctors in them, and you just walk up and tell them you sniffles or something.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's
epilepsy, glaucoma, intractable migraines that are unresponsive to other treatments.
I've had those for so long.
Actually, you can get it, Taylor. I can walk you through the process.
No, it's
neat.
But
it's a little bit of a process.
It's $25 and like deal with one of these online marijuana doctors and tell them that you have one of these chronic medical conditions that there are no tests for.
$25. Do you think they'll haggle with me?
I don't think they'll haggle with you.
Now the other question,
I can go in. Oh, I only brought a 10.
So there's. I know. What about the dispensary situation, right? Because that matters just as much. If it's kind of not that bad to get a prescription, I don't know what to call it, like the license. If you can't just walk up and get it, if there's no,
there's a ton of them popping up. I've noticed, like just driving around. There's a bunch of them. I don't really, for the life of me, I don't remember the name of the store, but it says dispensary, and so like it's clearly like a real deal dispensary, not a CBD thing. Because we have these other stores called like CBD Kratom, and they just sell CBD and Kratom, but nothing else. These ones are like real deal dispensaries, and I haven't seen any that are actually open yet, but I've seen them like under construction and like being set up.
You can always count on two things when a newly stated open is abnormally high. It looks like you can have 4 ounces there. You can buy 4 ounces, which is a ton.
A month?
Yeah, I think so. Let me double check that.
These people's headaches must be.
If you need more than 4 ounces, you have to drop it off in your car and go back.
I think in Florida, it's something like.
Now, the only rule is you have to smoke every bit we give you. You can't waste it. And it's like, you got to get through 4 ounces in a month. You're just comatose.
In Florida, it's like 2 ounce. It's like either an ounce or two every 35 days or something like that. I also saw there's some legislation in Florida right now where the Republicans are trying to limit the amount of THC in their medical marijuana, which seems ridiculous. They're trying to limit flower to 10% THC and concentrate to 60, I think.
What's normal?
The stronger marijuana strains these days, it's not unheard of to see 30% in flower and in the high 80s, low 90s in concentrate. Although 60% concentrate will still knock you on your fucking ass. The question would be that how they legislate it, because I would assume that what they're trying to do is to legislate it by milligrams of THC, and therefore you would be able to get a sort of a smaller amount of this 60 proof, we'll call it, concentrate, because of the milligrams of THC that you would have in there in that concentrate. But it's looking like that's probably going to fail. Florida's fairly easy to get one. Anxiety is good enough to get a marijuana card in Florida, and I think it's like, as long as you're a Florida resident, or have been for like a month, you can get one, and it's like prices are cheaper than like street prices, like $35 for an eighth or something like that.
You've talked about Colorado being a primary destination. If the country went federal, marijuana is legal, would you open up your boundaries?
No need to move then.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you didn't like Georgia for reasons in addition to the pot laws.
Meh.
But it has its draws too, Dad, right?
Yeah. I'd probably stay right where I am, or maybe even Athens, Georgia, something like that. If they which is kind of a party town. Lots of colleges there. I don't even know how many universities are in Athens. University of Georgia and Athens Technical, obviously, but there's also like a women's nursing college, and like there's so many students in Athens. Like you drive through like the streets, and there's so many bars. You drive through the streets of Athens at like Friday night, and it's like I don't know. It's so many beautiful women who are like 18 to 25. That's thousands and thousands of them everywhere.
Chapel Hill, I mean, not during COVID, but Chapel Hill's like that too. Like it's literally the streets are clogged with attractive 19-year-olds. Like it's, I don't know, a basketball game lets out or something. There's tens of thousands of them just in the streets walking back to dorms or something. That's what it's like.
Yeah, I'm gonna probably go to Colorado. I have considered Vegas because it's got basically the same laws as Colorado with recreational marijuana. But one of those, almost certainly. And I think I've got like 206 days left.
Counting down.
Yeah, like 206 days left or something like that. Who's counting?
Are you thinking at this point it'll probably go that long?
I just got rid of my current legal team, and I'm gonna hire a new one because I felt like they were just taking too long to get anything at all done to even get me like a no. So I'm gonna see if somebody else can take a whack at it. So again,
and I know you didn't want to pester them because every pester is like $500, and
these guys are a little bit cheaper. The criminal defense guy, he was like $500-600 an hour. These guys were on a little bit less than that, like maybe a couple $100 an hour. But for something like this, I feel like I could get $100 an hour fella to like do 6 hours worth of work and get me a yes or no real quick, and that's all I fucking want.
Yeah.
From the research I've done, it just seems like I need to like talk to my probation officer, see if he's in favor with it, and then file a little paperwork, and that should have been it. But
even if it's a no, like even if it's like, no, there's no chance, at least then it's like, all right, I know what to expect. Now it's not hanging over my head.
It might be worth $200 or $600 just to get that locked in.
Yeah, it is to me, because like I've kind of got like that next step of my life real well planned out about like how I'm going to move and where I'm going to move to and what I'm going to do and all that stuff. So I'm really looking forward to like moving ahead and getting out of this little rut.
The Democrats should take on the pot thing. I've said that forever. That like I keep doing the same.
They should. It's a popular issue.
They're
Everybody's
dumb
on the same page
to go after guns. It loses way more votes than it gets. That's where Republicans were with the whole anti-gay thing. It loses more votes than it gets them. If Democrats just waved the pot flag and said, we're the pot party, we're going to legalize this, I think it gets them a lot more votes than they lose.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's got to just be special interests influencing it then, because obviously like they know they would rake in tons and tons of votes from young people in particular if they just went, hey, day one federal marijuana legalization, we're running 1 million commercials about that. You know, and that would be
the problem is you got Biden being anti and Kamala as well. So like that's a big issue.
Fair enough.
I don't know. Biden's anti. I mean, I saw his platform was pretty pro. It's on his website. I read it.
Platform aside, what he said is, he's against marijuana legalization.
It's probably like pharma donation.
Decriminalization doesn't get you anywhere.
Yeah,
it's got to be rescheduled completely, made 100% legal for recreational use to really get anywhere.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm sure pharmaceutical companies donate a ton. Well, I mean, they donate a ton to Republicans and Democrats, and they would probably take a pretty significant hit.
And Kamala has flipped
from SSRIs and stuff.
Kamala has flipped, flopped, and she's flipped again on the issue.
What? That's crazy.
Because obviously she's infamous for like prosecuting marijuana users in her heyday as whatever she was, Attorney General of California, whatever it was.
Yeah, she's very harsh on the top
whatever
smokers.
she was. And then during the campaign, she's I'm pro again. And then now as vice president, I'm with the boss.
Yeah.
So
what'd she say? She smoked weed in high school, listening to Tupac, and it was like, yeah, he wasn't making music when you were in high school.
Well, that weed was strong. I don't know.
Yeah, it must have been some real good reefer. That would have been the perfect excuse. Like, oh man, maybe I was so stoned I didn't realize.
What you said, decriminalizing doesn't get you anything. Maybe I don't understand why that is.
Because there's still no access to marijuana. There's still a black market out there selling weed. They just won't send you to jail for it anymore. They'll write you a ticket. It's turning marijuana into like a speeding offense.
Yep.
It's still a naughty thing. They just won't send you to federal court.
Right. It needs to be not just decriminalized, but legalized for you to be able to the legal supply.
Because we want a store we can walk into, like in Colorado, and say, I want this, that, and the other, and then walk out of there and then smoke in peace at home.
Every time you walk into a dispensary in Colorado, like I know you feel the same way, Kyle, but you walk in there and like every time you're just like, man, this is so cool. I can't believe this is real. I'm at the weed store.
I wonder if it'll go in steps.
Yeah, it's neat.
Like you've been in this like black market forever with this stuff, and it's like, shh, you've got weed. You know where I get some weed? And everyone's like, yeah, I know where you get some weed. And out there, they're like, hey, do you know where I can get some weed? Yeah, right here at Big Jim's Weed Store. Welcome to the extravaganza. Welcome to Big Blunt Mondays. And it's just like, oh, holy shit, this is a different kind of experience.
I'm just making this up. But like when gay people got allowed into the military, everyone was like, are gays going to be allowed in? Are gays going to be, what are we going to do? How are we going to do this? And step one was don't ask, don't tell. So you could kind of be in it, but that to me, there's a parallel between that and decriminalization. And then took like 10 years later, and they went to straight up. Well, all right, you can even say you're gay. It's cool now.
Yeah, it was like a needless middle.
Yeah, I wouldn't sneeze at decriminalization. That'd be a huge step forward because it would mean.
But it'd be a half step forward.
Yeah. You know, it's a step forward. Decriminalization. It would mean that, like, you know, even if you get caught, you're not going to go to fucking prison now, or you're not going to go to jail. It's not going to be a complication. It's going to be a ticket. And like in places where it is decriminalized like that, even in Florida where they have medical but no rec, a lot of the major cities have decriminalized, and the ticket size is sometimes like $20. Like if they catch you like smoking weed, it's like, aha, slap on the wrist, you owe me 20. And it's like, this joint costs more than 20. Sounds good, dude.
It's only 100% fully illegal in 6 states now. Really? Idaho, Wyoming, Kansas, Tennessee, South Carolina, and Alabama.
That's a bit deceptive because in Georgia we have medical oil available for people who are already dead. Essentially, like you just like, I'm joking.
Like hospice care.
It's hyperbole, but it's like, it's literally, you have to be like dying of cancer or like so epileptic that you can't even fill out the form or something like that. They'll give you like marijuana oil, but there's no fucking system in place to get that oil legally.
Well, they don't even have Georgia qualified as a medical state for that. Like they still have them in the decriminalized.
Yeah,
I could be out of date, but New Jersey's like that too. Like
not anymore.
Oh, am I out of date? Well, the first step, I do remember this. There was a girl who was like the poster child. She was young, call her like 12. And she had a condition that couldn't be treated any other way. It might have been horrible epilepsy. And if you saw a video of it, your heart went out to this poor kid. And her parents are like, the only thing that makes her feel better is pot. We've tried everything, and this is the most effective medicine on earth. And they're like, all right, if you have shaky head 11-year-old disease, you can smoke pot, but nobody else. And it's like, well, thanks.
If your name is,
I think they named a strain after that girl. I think maybe her name was Charlotte. And and they came up with a strain of weed called Charlotte's Web. It's strong as fuck.
Yeah.
Charlotte's on some
I like to think she's
shit.
the coolest kid in high school now.
Yeah.
Charlotte's
fucked up.
I do remember that was Charlotte's Web. I don't remember if it was strong as fuck.
Well,
we always just buy what's cheapest.
Fully legal in New Jersey.
Fully legal. Okay.
Yeah, that just happened. I meant to like bring that up last week as a thing. But yeah, I saw that. I've been like keeping my finger on the pulse of marijuana legalization stuff across the country and watching Missouri do its thing. And one of the southern states is like bouncing back and forth. It's where like 71% of the electorate voted for something, but then their like Senate is like trying to push back and like just completely deny the will of the people.
Ooh.
It's like 74% of your population wants this, and these fucking shithead senators are trying to like go back in the other direction.
Yeah, Taylor said it's special interest, which is a viable theory. I also wonder if it's partly just out of touch people, right? Like even me in my 40s, like I kind of get it. I understand where the popular will is. I'm more plugged into young people than other guys in my age.
Hot.
But if you're 72 and you're a senator, you might not just get it, right? Like
I think they're given information about it though, because they're clued in on, you know, how popular every other stance is. And so like they definitely know, like when, like Kyle was saying, like even the southern states saying 71% voted in favor. I saw Missouri, 2018, them voting to make it medical here. It won like almost 70%, like 66% said yes. And so like there definitely are special interests.
Counterexample,
mostly
Joe Biden was telling people how to be better parents. And he suggested that they turn off the TV and play a record during homework time. And
he's senile. He doesn't know where he is.
But I would say that his demo, what is he, mid-70s? There's lots of people in the Senate and the House of Representatives who are just as out of touch. Who think that a record player is
God, I'm glad when those fuckers are dead.
That age group is way more against gay stuff than they are against pot. And they rolled through with the gay stuff just fine because there wasn't a huge lobby going against the gay stuff. Like who was against the gay stuff? Like
I want gay people to fuck each other with bongs in the street. Like what is your problem?
Well, let's not have street fucking. Let's
I'm down for the street fucking.
No, I'm worried about the broken glass.
Oh,
I don't care if you're fucking in the street, dancing in the street. It's for driving. No.
Someone sent me a video a couple days ago. The guy's got a really tall bong, and he cracks 3 fucking eggs into the bong, and then he burns down like a huge bowl of weed, and without exhaling, he tips the whole bong up and drinks all 3 raw eggs, and then goes. And I was like, "Oh my god,
that's disgusting.
Yeah. That's awesome.
That's so terrible.
Yeah.
So gross."
Yeah, no. If you told me that he somehow cooked the eggs in the process, that'd be so cool. If the fire that burned the pot also fried the eggs, I'm impressed with this bong. I like this.
You just need a steel bottom bong, put it on the stove, turn it on, then you just inhale the hottest hit. Imagine through your boiling water.
Superheated air frying your lungs.
Am I high? Yeah. Like, no, you're dying.
So yeah, I've got no faith in Georgia. Decriminalize or legalizing or anything. It's ridiculous. But Florida was also a Republican state, and they've got a pretty legit medical marijuana thing going on down there. And it seems like it's every year we get a couple more states. At this point, it's like 2/3 of the United States population lives in a state where it's available in one way or another.
I just checked. It's on the docket to fully legalize in Missouri in 2022. And I think it's going to pass pretty easily. Number one, like, it's popular. And number two, like, we're bordering Illinois, and Illinois is already fully legal. And like St. Louis is a split city. Like, it's in both states. And so like, what are they doing? What are they going to do? Like, you're just going to stop people, the bridge from Missouri to St. Louis over the Mississippi River. You're just going to stop everyone. Like, no, of course not. Like, people are already abusing that, guaranteed.
Mexico legalized fully this week. The entire
I can't believe it wasn't already legal.
They are now the world's largest cannabis market.
Yeah, good for them. Man, they got all their pot. They're smoking their pot. They got their full sugar Coke. Having a great time.
They do. Kyle, were there dry towns around you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I grew up in a dry town.
Yeah, there are no dry counties around here.
A lot more drunk driving deaths in dry counties. Dry counties is what we have.
Oh, I can imagine why. Like, they would have to travel to get their booze.
Yeah, you make them travel across county lines half drunk because they want to get more drunk and more drunk driving deaths. It's one of those things. It's like some Puritan is out there like, well, that serves them right, drinking that liquor. And anyone with any common sense is like, what are you doing? You're an idiot.
Yeah.
Like,
it made sense where I was from. So I lived in a resort town. So they wanted families to go there, and they made it more attractive to people who weren't there for alcohol by having no alcohol, right? So if you bring in your kids to the beach and the boardwalk, Ocean City's your pick. If you're going to have a party, then Wildwood or Atlantic City's your pick.
Aren't you not supposed to drink on any beaches? Like, everybody does, but like,
this is the nighttime. This is so at nighttime, if there's bars and people spilling out of bars and doing whatever, just a very different scene than a place that literally has no bars.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that would have been cool growing up by the beach.
I was a big fan.
Very neat.
Yeah. All my athletics revolved around the water. And my sense of direction did too.
A lot.
It might have done me dirty. Like, I just always knew where the water was. That's east, right? And everywhere I was, I could be 2 towns over. You just know where the water is and how to get home. And now I'm in this omnidirectional area where you think, the fuck is I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, like,
so much
Missouri
harder.
And Georgia are the same in that way, where it's like, oh, what's over there? Trees. What's over there? An enormous forest of trees, and on the other side, behind me, enormous forest of trees. Like, that's all that I had. That's probably where you played growing up. Like, I just played in the woods constantly.
Yeah, in the woods, or riding ATVs a lot in the fields. Shooting shit. Just taking a .22 rifle out and like walking around the whole property and shooting everything I saw. Just stuff like that.
Yeah, ways to kill time. Can you believe how much time you killed with like nothing as a kid? Like, imagining now, like, it's like, oh, sometimes I got 2 screens of stuff happening, but I want to look at a 3rd screen also. And it's like, like, back then, it's like, you remember that, like, Woody, more than anyone, I'm sure, where your parents would just be like, outside time. Like, all right, until dinner time, it's noon on a Saturday. You're already in here for way too many hours trying to sneak by watching cartoons and playing Pokemon Game Boy. Outside until 7.
We're outside time till 7, and it's like, I'm not even bothering you. Your existence is bothering me. Outside time.
No, I'll be quiet, I promise. And they're like, get the fuck outside and hit your brother with a stick. Go play fucking, God, what would we play? Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
We played Dungeons and Dragons a lot when I was a kid. I was super into that.
The actual game?
Yeah, with dice and books.
How old were you?
12. We probably played it wrong. Oh, younger than that, too. I moved at 12, so it's from 9 to 12.
It's a really complicated game.
I'm sure we did it wrong.
In like a tiny little bit, but when I did play, I was like all in for like the role-playing character, just like doing fun stuff, and they'd be like, all right, roll your agility. And it's like, can you do it for me? Can you choose my agility? You just tell me when I need to make up the next part of my story. Like that's what I'm interested in here, not the ghoul battling.
Yeah, we had the books, and there were certain charts that, this weapon does this damage and this guy has this much HP, and I don't know. We tried to play it right. I'm sure we didn't, but it was fun.
Well, yeah, if that kind of stuff is your jam, I guess maybe not that much anymore, but you'd probably still like it if you jump back in. You'll like Magic.
Yeah, I never had any friends my age, so I would go out and blow things up and start fires. I like starting fires. Starting a lot of fires.
I like starting fires too. I joined the Boy Scouts, whatever the youngest age you can is, maybe 10. And there's a troop, and then in that troop you're a patrol, right? So our troop had 2 patrols in it, and we were the pyro patrol. I swear to God, we were fucking masters at starting fires. We go to this jamboree with hundreds, if not thousands of people. We, like the 6 of us, were the best fire starters in the whole thing. We won it every year. We were just about starting fires. That was what we did. And like after school and stuff, I would go behind this recycling plant and start fires. And I just start fires on my own all the time. Freaking fires were my jam. I love starting fires.
What was your go-to method for starting the fire?
Oh, I had a couple. It depended on the materials available, but it was usually a log cabin or a teepee that I would make. And then once you get a good fire cooking, you can just throw things on top of it, keep the spacing right, and it'll grow.
Did you ever figure out how to do like the bow with the stick kind of thing?
Oh, no. We started with a match and dry leaves. Like we didn't. I still don't think I've ever started with just like rubbing sticks together.
No. I thought that took so long to do. And I watched Real-Time Survivor Man do it just last night. And it took him maybe 15, 20 seconds to start a fire like that.
He must have had good material, and he's an expert.
Yeah. And what I can do, tips. Yeah, he was like,
flint isn't
don't
too
use
bad.
Hardwood. He's like, lots of survival experts say use the hardwood on the top. All you end up doing is creating a cake of the softwood, and it takes longer to ignite. May seem counterintuitive. You want to be rubbing the soft on the soft. That way it gets more powdery and more air gets in there. And it's like, this guy that's what I like about his tips is like, it's all like, this is what you might hear. And in real life, he was talking about tree wells where like, when snow falls and there's like a big well around a tree, people can die falling into those because it's so deep. You approach a tree not realizing how much snow there is, and it kind of cabins down. And he was like, every survival book will tell you to explore these and look around for them. That is beyond stupid. Do not just go jumping near trees trying to explore because you might fall 8 feet down and freeze to death in a very unpleasant way. It's interesting. I fucking love that show. He's great.
I want to watch. You watching it on stream?
Yeah. We were watching. We were like placing bets on it. Like, will he kill an animal? Will he get meat? Will he? When he got sick, we did a bet. Will he throw up? He didn't throw up.
I like it. I was lurking in your stream the other night, but you were watching Gordon Ramsay. Is that his name? It was a cooking thing. It was boys against girls. It seemed blue and red.
It was, and I am getting tired of the blue team getting trashed.
Are they the boys?
Yeah, the boys team tends to not be as good as the girls team.
It's cooking. It's
aggravating. Yeah, it is
girls'
cooking.
work. Yeah,
but Gordon's really good.
Man. He should be on the boys team. Really, they need some help.
He should. I want to see one season where a guy wins. Come on, please.
They mix the teams as they get down. I mean, eventually it's going to be like 6v2.
Eventually they do, where like the two people have to vote to get him off. And like this most recent episode, he did like the thing where he's like, you know, Steve, Nick, why are you both up here? And they'll be like, Steve, give me your jacket. Because we're giving you a blue one. You're on the blue team now. And it's like, they're like, oh, you got me, Gordon. You fucking got me. And every once in a while, he'll be like, Susan, you're gone. I'm done with it. And the person will sit there and be like, is he going to say back in line? And it's like, give me your fucking jacket. You're gone. Like, just like, just takes them out because they're expecting to get fooled around. But every once in a while, he gets you real good with like a Woody. Back in line. And it's like, oh, it's like, oh, I survived.
He's just fucking with him at that
point. He was doing like these interviews, like one-on-one interviews with every single contestant except for this weird dude. He seems like he's speeding all the time. Who was like pacing around the upstairs, the little area, like looking at the phone, waiting for the call. And Gordon's like in his office, like purposely not calling this guy. Everyone else has been called. And then he calls him and is like, Josh, are you the only one left up there? And the guy's like, yeah, do you want me to come down? I'm sorry, chef. Do you want me to come to your office? It's like, well, would I come? Have you come to my office? I've already spoken to everyone. It's like, but you want me to? Oh, you do want me to come to your? I've already spoken to everyone, Josh. What are you on about? And he's like, he's like, get your ass down to the office, Josh. Jesus, he's just fucking with him. He left him up there the longest to make him think that he got kicked off. Gordon's hilarious. He's a very funny guy.
He's a bit of a dick.
And you can tell in scenes where he's like, the scallops are fucking raw, you moron. And like he turns around and he's like, he's like having fun berating people. Fucking idiots can't handle scallops and risotto.
They are bad. I wonder if they're like the bit I saw, something was, it was a pasta. I'm sure he called it by the pasta name. And they went to serve it, but it would still break.
Yeah.
The fuck? I'm not a chef and my pasta's not that bad.
Exactly.
How do you have raw pasta you're going to send out to customers like that?
They clearly panic sometimes.
Another guy was doing like some sort of lobster gravy or something. Bisque. I don't know what the fuck it was. And there was literally no lobster in it. He pours the whole thing out onto like a cookie sheet type thing. And you can observe that there's no lobster in it. And it's like... These are chefs. This is incomprehensibly bad. How, like, what is happening here?
That was the guy. The guy who did that was Randy, one of our favorites. He's a military chef, like an army cook, and he's actually pretty. Like, he doesn't know how to cook. He's been on the line about to get kicked off before, and like he's not a good salesperson. Gordon be like, "Why do you even belong to be? Why should you be here?" And he's like, "I can't cook most things as good as them, but I cook some things real good." It's like you're selling yourself so badly, and like. Every single challenge, it'd be like, I want you to blow me away with a Tuscan original. And they'll be like, I'm going to try a Tuscan cheeseburger. And like, and one of the challenges that worked out great, fucking worked out great. Everyone was ripping on him like, and that fucking idiot Randy's making another cheeseburger. And like, he goes and serves it to the judges and they're like, this looks awful, Randy. Your plating is terrible. It's just, I wouldn't like it if this was served in my restaurant, but it is far and away the best tasting thing we've had all day. We're giving you 5 points, 5 out of 5. And it's like, damn, good for you. Like going in there confident. Like everybody's got their fancy fruity tooty. That was the Randy episode. His peak, I'm assuming. He's not going to make it there again. But like when he goes in with the low class burger and dominates, it's a really entertaining show. And it's fun to watch as a group because you pick up like silly little things that you otherwise wouldn't. Like bad edits audio wise, when they put in like the music where like, you know, if someone's about to fuck up because they put that like tuba walking behind a fat person music sometimes. It's very, very funny. All the Gordon Ramsay shows are tremendous.
I like it when I catch unnecessary jumps and stuff. I'm like, you know, like, I don't know. He'll talk to you and then it'll like zoom in on his face and he'll say something horribly evil. And I'm like, I don't even know that this is the same conversation. Yeah. That could have been from a different day that they're editing this together. I view it with extreme suspicion.
I think that one of his best things where he like hits, I think it's an Asian woman. He like slaps the Asian woman on the side of the face with bread. He's like, what are you? It's like, an idiot sandwich.
That's the best. That's the meme.
He's great. And like, there's a clip of Gordon with his mentor and his mentor is like
Marco Pierre White.
Yeah, Marco Pierre White is brutal. Like he tells a story of how like Gordon cried a couple times because he screamed at Gordon when he was. But then you like watch the video of Gordon as like the apprentice, and he's like perfectly straight, perfectly respectful, like watching everything that Jean-Pierre whatever does, like. And so you can see from that clip, like, oh, this is why he gets so pissed when people come into his kitchen and are like, I know how to make risotto just fine. He's like,
it's Marco. It's Marco.
No, you don't. Or Marco something. But like, you can see like, oh yeah, because when Gordon was an apprentice learning, he was like, shut the fuck up, listen, mimic exactly what they're doing. If you don't know how to do it, ask a question.
Have you watched the old like little documentary they did on Marco where like, I don't know, BBC Two or some shit is like there in the restaurant with him? And like he just gives them those flat yes, no answers.
I haven't seen that, no.
Oh, it's so good. You can find it on YouTube. They're like, so when you're making a souffle, is it very important to source your ingredients locally? And he's chopping like potatoes or something. He's like, yes. And do you find that the at dinner service, many of the customers are regulars? Do you see a lot of perhaps famous people? Yes. And then there's like a cut, and she's like, Marco, like, we're trying to make a TV show here. If you could punch it up a little bit, maybe like, he's like, what do you want? Do you want me to cut myself? Do you want to see me bleed? Tell me right now. I'll cut myself for you. Tell me, would you like to see blood? Is that what you want? Just tell me and I'll give you what you want. Do you want the blood? And like, I know for a fact if she had said yes, he'd have cut himself. Like he literally has a personality disorder. Like you watch and like it becomes very clear that this is an unstable man. Like when Gordon's whole shtick is like almost like making fun, is almost like a Marco impression. Yeah, like I'm sure Gordon is a balanced, hardworking, driven individual. Marco has a personality disorder. He is sick in the head. It's great to watch.
I'll check that out. I love these cooking shows.
I want to watch you watch Survivor Man. That to me is, maybe just I just like that show. Maybe I'm biased.
Survivor Man was fun too. There's always fun bits that pop up.
Can you watch? I'm sorry, I did the thing. Can you watch the 1,000 Pound Sisters? Is that in your?
Yeah, you can. That's not available. Like TLC doesn't upload full episodes of it. If they did, I could watch it on YouTube, but they only upload clips. So if I watch 1,000 Pound Sisters, I could just watch the clips.
Those women are so awful. Like they're so hideous inside and out.
The one has so much forehead fat.
I want to grab that forehead fat and like see how elasticity,
probably elastic.
Elasticity of her forehead fat intrigues me. Because I'm wondering if I could pop and
I want to puncture it and see if I can squeeze it like a pimple.
I bet that like what comes out would be delicious on popcorn.
Ooh,
I would take that bet. I think it's terrible on popcorn.
Mexican sugar. Yeah.
Mexican sugar.
I bet if you like poked to the middle of her forehead, it would just stay indented.
For a while.
Oh, remember Boogie's leg did that?
Yeah, because he had like lymphedema, I think it is, where like a bunch of fluid collects and it indents weird. Ooh,
wonder how he's doing.
Who's that?
Boogie. I have not heard anything about him in a long time. I don't know.
I'm surprised Boogie doesn't like weed. It seems like that would mellow his ass out because he's got like some anxiety stuff, right?
It'd probably make him want to eat more though.
Yeah.
So that would probably be counterintuitive, get a little stress relief, and then you're so hungry you're munching, and then now I'm stressed more because I ate.
Yeah, maybe so. I
have no idea what he's up to. Probably still
he's still making videos, making 2 videos a week. He may have a schedule because it's pretty consistent, 2 videos a week. And just to eyeball it, I'd say he's getting 50,000 views a video.
Okay.
Yeah, so just pull a gun on somebody. That'll get the trick done.
Say that again.
Pull another gun on somebody, pump those numbers up.
That would bring him attention.
Oh yeah, no, I forgot he did pull the gun. Yeah.
What was that guy's name?
Kill me.
Don't say his name. He's got that silly name. I think he's got a funny name.
Oh, the guy who came there, Frank Hassel.
Yes.
And I think he calls it the
even his name is a pun. Like
Wait, what did he say? Oh yeah, he goes, yeah, well, based on Hassel doctrine, I can come in there and fuck you in the ass.
What's his thing? He wants to sissy hypnotize you. He wants to sissy hypnotize you.
So I had never heard someone say that as like I'm gonna get you. Like you get hit with that, you're muted so Kyle. But when you get hit with that, it's like, oh, what? I've been bested. I don't even know what to.
Yeah, I can't tell. Did you do it? I'm not sure.
Me with your.
It's working. It's working. Just run.
What would he say?
What if Boogie had came out?
Kill me. Yeah.
What if Boogie had came out like wearing like a pink dress and had started making out with Frank furiously? Like takes him to the ground on top of him and is just like, "Yes, master, I need it." And he start like licking him on the face, like. I don't think Frank would have liked that very much.
That may have been the best out, you know, agree and amplify.
Like I think that for me, that's like the ultimate one up. Like to act like the sissy hypno worked. And now you can't help yourself. Like coming out with a gun is, that's a real checkmate move. But
yeah, but he should have held his cards a little closer to his chest. Maybe the gun's act 2. Act 1 is try to go out there in a Princess Peach uniform and make out.
If Boogie started chasing me dressed as Princess Peach, I would run for my life.
Slowly away.
You amble.
Relax.
I would lightly jog to safety. All right, like, I would get
sashay, just whatever you want to do.
Goodness, yeah, that was wild. Super inappropriate, but unfortunately, I can't help but think that some parts of that are just. I don't even know what the word is.
I wonder how it is now, because there was some legal fallout around that, right?
I feel like I would have heard.
Seems like the sort of thing that like it'll be sealed and like part of the agreement will be that nobody talks about this shit anymore.
Maybe.
Probably for the best.
I feel like Boogie was less in the wrong. My take.
Well, yeah. He didn't show up at someone else's house.
Yeah,
right.
Sure. Boogie's the least in the wrong.
Yeah. Some people say, he fired the gun, therefore he's the crazy one. But it's like,
he shouldn't have firing a warning shot is a terrible idea. But like, yeah, he didn't show up at someone else's house that asked him.
Well, he had to fire a warning shot after he said, "I'm gonna fire a warning shot."
It's social
Do it
code.
now.
Yeah,
like you can't not fire the warning shot. Like you could have just not said you were going to fire a warning shot.
I bet
you could have said there will be no warning shots.
Yes.
And then what does the guy say?
He would have said, "Shoot me."
Yeah, kill me. Why don't you kill me? It's just yelling on it. Dude, that's got to be surreal for Boogie to walk out there and be like, "Oh my God, he's here yelling for me to kill him," saying that.
I think he would. Wasn't he saying, "Shoot me"?
I think so.
Well, I remember the like interview or something. We listened to it where they like talked on, maybe it was Keemstar's show, but like they argued or something like that, where Boogie was like, "Yeah, if you just know, you show up, I got a gun, and I am not going to be happy about you." He said something like that, like don't try me. But yeah, totally agree. You showing up at someone's house who doesn't want you there is very, very not cool. Really inappropriate.
Yeah. Well, it sucks that happened.
Yeah.
Call it a wrap.
But it seems like it's working out for both of them.
Yeah, that's a wrap.
Call it a show. Go get a snack. No outros. We are good.
PKA 534.